3 on my back is tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip these. They letting I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, Gotta go up up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm like that. I'm gonna win. Flip the let it I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, Legends and South Asia. It's me, Madness, alongside Kaka today, and we are in week two, day two right now, and we've already got some lot of action that's gone on. A couple of matches happened yesterday as well, two BO3s in that, and I think it was pretty one-sided whichever way it went, right, Kaka?
Yeah, I mean, both the games were 2-0s, so a very quick series, and both the matches that happened there. But the first one was a little bit competitive. The second one, when SATUL played against PNX, who are going to play later today, that was not a great series for PNX. Both the game combined ending sub 45 minutes in League of Legends. I think that's just a horror show. But hopefully they'll be dusting off, their shoulders and performing better today. They are going to play, so let's see if a day can make any difference at all.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, they are going to pull up the socks because, unfortunately, like you said, they did not end up doing that good, and because of that, and although the week before, you can see the results on here. SATUL, after locking in the 2-0 yesterday against Phoenix Ascension, now sit with 3 wins and the total ultimate 9 points from the Shuva haters. A bit of a dark horse in this tournament. I've already picked up 2 wins for themselves out of the 2 games they played, and all 6 points. Kakao Gaming, unfortunately, we did win their series that they had otherwise, but they lost the series against SATUL Esports, so they're 1-1 in terms of series, and unfortunately only 3 out of those 6 points. Same for Revenant and Ascension. Unfortunately, they have won one series, but in that they also dropped a game to Poro Patrol that resulted in picking up 2 points out of the 6 that they can get from the 2 best of 3 series. Poro Patrol, for taking that game away from Phoenix Ascension, even with their 1 loss, still have that 1 point. And unfortunately, Jetfire's Dojo and RPG have 1 loss each, while Syndicate right now sitting with 2 losses. So that bottom part of the table have to start picking it up this week, definitely.
Yeah, 100%. This is a sort of a middle of the table, maybe you can call it a bottom of the table clash, since PNX only have 1 win, and that was a 2-1 series against Poro Patrol. So yeah, and RPG again not looking so good themselves, as we look at the prize pool for the whole tournament, and that's going to be 10 lakh rupees and a spot at the LCP wildcard playoffs, which is truly the cherry on the top for sure. So hopefully one of these teams can compete against the LCP teams, which are going to be, I think that's just going to be another level that our teams will be facing. But I can't wait to watch those games and hopefully cast them as well. But yeah, just looking at it, 10 lakh prize pool, again, a lot at stake.
Yeah, I think that LCB wildcard players means a lot because it's a route into the international circuit for most of our rosters that have not got the opportunity to play there, even with the metal that they have. But a reminder of how we got to this point, how we got to the main Legends and tournament. The qualifiers from it were done between April 27th to June 8th. 3 qualifiers of that, 3 teams selected out of all 3, so that was 9 teams in total. The league stage started last week on June 13th, going to go all the way up to July 20th, from which the top 4 teams will move on to that in July 25th and August 3rd. So this is where teams have to lock in, because most of the prize pool that was mentioned before is locked up in that top 4 spots, and that's where a lot of this money that these teams can actually acquire alongside that LCP wildcard playoff.
Yeah, and as you could see, the playoffs will be starting from 25th July. So we still have a month of league stage going on. As we look at the tournament format, 9 teams round robin league stage, which is currently going on. Top 4 will battle it out in double elimination playoffs. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun. You do get 1 lifeline if you do end up losing one of the series. And of course, the best part about all of this full fearless draft, you can't play the same champion twice for any of these teams. So of course, you have to dig deep into your champ pools once you reach those game 4s and 5s in the best of 5s, and that's the tournament format for you guys. And yeah, pretty exciting times. Especially, I just can't wait for the playoffs to start. I think that's going to be a lot of fun as well. As we look at the match schedule, this is from the last week, and we have seen all of these matches concluded already. And this week we did see Suo Haters against Syndicate. That was a 2-0. SATUL versus PNX. That was a 2-0 as well. We will be having Revenants versus RPG tomorrow, and SATUL versus Suo Haters tomorrow. So I think that will be the top of the table clash coming in as you were talking about the dark horses versus the favorites. And yeah, let's see how that one goes.
Yeah, especially everyone's going to have their eyes locked up for the matches. But continue on, like you can see the schedules that will be coming out in front of you. We have back to back to back every single weekend. We have matches in line for you. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 best-of-3s pretty much every day, all the way to that July point in the midpoint. So you're going to have a lot of action pack, and you don't want to miss out on anything. But yes, that match, SCTL versus Shoemakers, is going to be watched with close eyes by pretty much everybody in this tournament. But talking a bit just about today's schedule, it's going to be PNX ASCENSION versus Report Precog Gaming. PNX ASCENSION, a team from Sri Lanka, RPG, a team from Bangladesh. And later on, after this best of three, we're going to have Revenants going to be trying bouncing back and picking up some points for themselves after their loss to SCTL Esports, which was a hard-fought battle last weekend against another Bangladeshi team, going to be Poro Patrol. So we have a lot of action in store for you. These are like battles of, the lower parts of the tournament, but they will be trying to get those crucial points locked in for themselves. Because even if you get even one game, you still lock in a point. So every single game counts in a best-of-3 series here.
Yeah, and just talking about the matchup for the day as well, RPG versus PNX. I think PNX will be looking to get back into the winning column themselves. Yesterday was disappointing for them, but today is a new day, and let's see if PNX can mount a some sort of comeback and start grinding out those points and climb higher in the league table. We do expect them to finish in the top 4-5, but those top 4 spots. That's what matters the most. If you finish outside of it, you're out of the tournament, out of the playoff stages, so you can't really drop too many matches now. And let's see if PNX is going to pick this up. And just speaking of the series that's going to happen afterwards as well, Revenants versus Poro Patrol, I do think Revenants should be able to win that one comfortably, but stranger things have happened, right? So not sure. And now for PNX versus RPG, we will be jumping into the draft very quickly. And I want to see if the Zyra gets banned. The Shy Boy did have a really great game yesterday. Even though he ended up losing, the team wasn't doing so well. But, just looking at his performance, I think he did pretty fine.
Yeah, he did pretty good for himself. He was the MVP for his side at least. But starting off the draft over here is going to be the Diana ban against Q2, because Q2 managed plays for that. I like the homework that PNX ASCENSION has done, because Clownshot does love playing this Anivia in the middle, and he is a bit of a terror later on. So it's very good that they have done it and come up with that ban for themselves. So they're going for more targeted bans for themselves. This is where PNX shines as a team, right? Now they banned out the Yone. The Akali is still open for Q2. So are they going to use all 3 bans on it? The Warwick ban, a bit surprising. We don't see that much Warwick at this level of play, do we, Kaka?
No, not really, but I do think it's a pretty okay champion. But speaking about the bans coming out from RPG, Diana and Yone, those were the champions that Q2 had played yesterday. And I mean, the Yone game, I think the less we speak about it, the better for him, because that was just so one-sided from the laning phase throughout the game. Q2 just could not find his footing, as the Echo first pick is going to come in. So you're speaking about the Akali, maybe that gets picked right here, but they are going to deny the Echo pickup from the side of PNX and Q2.
Yeah, they do that. And I like the Mundo ban against Killer 9BT. He does like to play the champion role. But it does look like the guys are instantly getting locked in for Janna over here. Nishastic yesterday a bit lacking in performance in the support role. He's coming as a substitute basically for PNX ASCENSION. And, that Swain pickup yesterday just not paying him any fortunes whatsoever for himself. And now, as we can see, pick 2 for PNX ASCENSION going down, tracking down the clock. But I really want to see how Clownshot plays the Echo. And I didn't think we had seen Clownshot yet on the Echo. Q2 still does play the champion. So these are things that maybe just taking away you just first pick it for yourself, because we don't get to see that many first pick Echoes. But Nishastic this time going to play a way more traditional support in the form of that Thresh that gets locked in with the Kai'Sa in the bot lane. Now it's up to RPG for what they want to answer. Probably their bot and support gets picked up over the ADC and support. So what do you think Black Venom will be going for? The Varus getting Howard gets locked in right here, Kaka.
Yeah, I really like the Varus pickup coming in. I think has a strong laning phase. If you go for the poke route, I think it's good. If you go for the on-hit, I think it's good as well. With the Brom as well against Thresh, I don't mind it too much. I'm not a big fan of Thresh, honestly. I don't think that's a blind pickable champion, let alone picking it as a counter pick as well. I'm just not a big fan. I think it works great in solo queue, but it's not in a good state right now, as the Akali will be logged in for the side of Q2. So he is going to find comfort in that champion, which we saw getting banned throughout the series yesterday against SATUL. So finally getting his hands on the Akali, and let's see how he performs. Maybe he's facing the Echo in the mid lane, maybe he's not, because the Echo can go towards the jungle.
Yeah, like you said, flexible pick, be around that. But the Galio ban coming out in the second phase of banning for PNX Ascension here against Clownshot. So they have narrowed down quite a bit of his pool. They've balanced it out pretty much in their draft, while RPG have targeted more on Q2, and they still left open his Akali, and that gets picked up. The Olaf ban comes in against Hydra. I think there are other champions that you want to ban against this man, given how he plays top lane. I didn't think the Olaf was in the part of the first 3-4 bans that you can go thinking about Hydra as a person, but Clownshot not going to be getting to play that simply pressing R champion Malzahar whatsoever for himself, while RPG are still pondering their last ban.
Yeah, I like the Galio ban. I think that's a pretty good answer into the Akali if RPG does decide to go for it. So I don't mind it. The Malzar comes in as well. Maybe it's something that Clownshot plays. Maybe something that they don't want to play again. So I think that's a pretty good ban as well. From the other side, though, J4 gets banned. Always a good champion into Varus, honestly. So really like that. And the Olaf as well. They just don't want Hydra to play that champion towards the top side of the map. So the bans are pretty good for all of these guys. Let's see if the Kha'Zix gets logged in. Again, I am not too sure. Okay, I like the Nocturne much better here against Varus. The Kha'Zix would not have been the best answer, honestly. But the Nocturne makes a lot of sense here. You can jump onto the Varus. You have a lot of range that you can do it with. And it looks like a good dive comp coming out from the side of PNX Ascension. And they are following suit in form of, just dive that Varus and kill him. The Kaisa, the Akali, the Nocturne, all of them can reach the target if they want to. So yeah, really good pickup coming in. And that looks like Maokai jungle getting logged in. So that does tell us that the Echo will be going towards the mid side, unless the Maokai is top lane. Anything can happen, but we do believe that it's going to end up in the jungle.
Yeah, like you said, it's a bit flexible. We've not seen Maokai top in quite a bit of time over here, and we will not see we will actually be seeing it, because it's the Ahri going in the mid lane. It's got the Echo going to be in the jungle. It's going to be Maokai going the top side. So that's going to be Precognition going to be running the Maokai in his team. The Precognition is basically one of the founding members of the team, given that it is Report Precog Gaming in that sense. But it's going to be Hydra picking up the set in the top side. Yesterday, we saw some set gameplay in the hands of Zuko. Unfortunately, couldn't do much. Where Avoid pretty much diffed him in the top side. But other than that, I want to see how Hydra performs over here. And any thoughts about this Maokai top against set here, Kaka?
I'm not too sure about that. Picking it blind, it does not make a lot of sense. There are better tanks in the game. I think Maokai is a good champion, but I do prefer him in the jungle instead of top lane, and especially not a blind pick. So not a big fan of it. I think it can be camped pretty easily if PNX decides to do so. They do like to play around Hydra anyway. So Killer 9 BD will have to be very careful towards that top side of the map, because if he dies once or twice, I think the set can just take over the game. And I don't think RPG have the sort of tools to stall him unless the Varus goes for the on-hit build. So pretty risky pick. Honestly, I do like PNX's draft much better. Only based off the jungle and top picks that has come out from the side of RPG.
Yeah, it is a good counter, but I think Phoenix Ascension slightly lacking in CC compared to RPG in what they have for themselves, but I don't think that it's going to matter much to them because Phoenix Ascension usually go on the idea of isolating before going for direct team fights instead anyway. But the votes have come in the YouTube chat. It is Phoenix Ascension with 53% chance to win game 1 compared to the 46% for RPG right now. So you can see slight favorites Phoenix Ascension ahead, but I thought they would be a bit more given the process team. Maybe just because of people watching, their decimation to SA2L Esports yesterday, they are judging this team right now. But Phoenix Ascension is a really strong contender in Legends Ascent tournament as well, and RPG a bit of the new boys in the scene, new faces in the scene, and they have drafted pretty much accordingly because of more of their comfort picks, because you don't get to see that much Maokai jungle, Maokai top, especially blind pick like you said. They left open Akali for Q2. They were more worried about his Diana and his Yone instead. So let's see if that comes back to haunt them the further game 1 continues.
Yeah, 100%. And this will depend on how PNX starts this game, right? They do have a lot of champion that spike really hard at level 6. The Akali, the Nocturne, even the Kaisa can join these long-ranged fights. So RPG have, sort of, their work cut out for them. They just have to survive the early phase and just hope that the Varus scales into the late game, because even then I think it's going to be hard for them, but the Braum is always there to protect the AD carry, so maybe it could work. Maokai, again, we have spoken about him quite a lot, but in a team fight, I think Maokai can work really well against these sort of champions, especially the Akali. You can lock the Akali down with the W, with the R coming in, those two routes, and the knockup as well. So in team fights, it might make a lot more sense, but when it comes to the laning phase, again said, I think it's going to be a hard time for the Maokai.
Exactly, Maokai has to play a bit more defensive, play back, give up some CS if he has to. Necessarily just don't give up too much kills and be, that much of a threat in the team fight scenario. You're going to be playing according to that in those times. And I really want to see Phoenix maybe change up the pace of the tempo of how they actually play about on the Rift, because it's usually a very, very slow type of build-up compared to more aggressive teams in our region, and sometimes that just doesn't match up, and that was definitely a problem against SA2L Esports yesterday, where lane-wise they were falling behind, and macro-wise they were falling behind, and I hope that they went back to the drawing board, saw some of the VODs, and corrected some of these mistakes coming in to the second day of week 2. RPG, like I said, were pretty new to the scene, just ended up just registering for qualifier 3 at the last minute, ended up 3rd place in qualifier 3, so ended up picking up the last spot. So they are really pretty much unknown compared to what they can do and come up with. So let's not count them out as of yet, and let's hope to see what they can do against Phoenix Ascension, because Phoenix Ascension really have to start building up the points, even against a team where it was pretty much assured that they pick up 3 points, like Poro Patrol. From what people seen before out of them, they still ended up giving over a game, ended up giving that 1 point, a bit of carelessness in game 2 from their side, where they let Invokers Tristana get too fed. And these things can't happen, because you need to lock in all points, especially if you want any chance of making it to the top 4.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think it can happen today at all. As you said, RPG being the last team to qualify, so I think it's maybe we can just say like they are probably a bottom of the table team for sure, just based upon how they have qualified. So and PNX were the 3rd team to qualify for this tournament, right? They qualified in the qualify 1, so ideally and realistically this shouldn't be a close series, but PNX, of course, as we have seen, are not in their peak form right now, and the match against SATUL, at least that's out of the door, but still it might affect their mental. So we will have to see how they come back today and how they perform in this game 1, because that's going to tell a story. If they can dominate and win this one, I think it will be a 2-0, but if they struggle, then we might be in for a series.
If we might be even when we thought yesterday Shuvo Haters versus Syndicate, like Shuvo Haters gonna come out in the bottom part of that, or maybe 2-0 in favor of Syndicate, Shuvo Haters completely turned it around, got a 2-0 for themselves, and like I said, pretty much a dark horse in the tournament. So these kind of upsets do happen, especially once you're placing against a team that's on shaky grounds like PNX, like you've said, right? They took quite a beating yesterday. It does affect your mental heading into the next games as well. Once you play against a mammoth like SE2L Esports, once everything that you think will work for you doesn't end up working, you have to pretty much rewrite everything you want to do moving forward. But hopefully this game can be different for the Lankan boys, and that they can start to mount up some more points on the table. RPG will be also hoping to mount theirs, because they also lost one series, are sitting at 0 points. So it's basically a team with 0 points against a team with 2 points right now, that's battling it out at near the bottom parts of the table, who are trying to get as many points locked in before it comes to a crucial point in Legends Ascent.
Yeah, and yeah, both these teams do need to pick up a lot of points as soon as possible. You know, they can't afford, neither of these teams can afford to lose even a single game, I would say, today. So let's see how this one goes as we get started finally. The tier start from Mauka is very, I don't think we have seen too much, honestly. I think that's just making it worse for him. But let's see how he navigates the laning phase, as it looks like the Nocturne is AFK right now.
30 seconds.
Yeah, it does seem that he's not about items. He's still sitting in the fountain. Just of teams before, they haven't taken a pause either. Maybe just not. The Shy Boys told them it's okay, I'll just be back. But in the meantime, RPG have walked quite a bit forward. They have taken defensive stands in their own jungle, marking every single point of entry. Award being placed by Akali near the left side of the Dragon Pit. The W start from the Echo over here, just to maybe get some vision onto Q2. Finally, the Shy Boy has joined us. He's picked up his items, is heading directly towards his blue buff. But except for that exchange between the Echo and Akali, nothing of more importance. Now you can see Akali is trying to walk in over here to put a ward near the Wraiths for his own jungler at around the 1 minute 20-second mark. That's going to give you complete knowledge of the pathing that Echo is going to go for, and that's going to be definitely helpful for the Shy Boy. But at the same time, there is a ward in the chickens for the Nocturne as well. So both junglers' knowledge will be to their respective teams as well.
Yeah, both the junglers pathing opposite to each other, both doing the same camp right now. So yeah, both the teams will know where the junglers have started, as there are a lot of wards on the map to provide the information right now. And as you said, the Shy Boy actually connects in time, is able to come and start his buff as Clown Shot, procs the Electrocute onto Q2. I think Ari might have some difficulties in this lane, but has the Doran's Shield. Would have really liked to see the Fleetwood Work coming in, as well as level 2 is hit first from the side of Black Venom, Ghost nipped. And as we were speaking about it earlier, the Varus is going to go for the on-hit route.
The hook lands.
And he's gonna go in as well. The Ignite pops, but I'm not too sure. Nishastic might end up going down first. There you go, first blood for the side of Black Venom and RPG. Janna burned his flash as well, does not have the cleanse, so he might end up going down as well. Black Venom, let's see if we can connect one more auto attack as we pan towards the top side for some reason, and barely Janna is going to survive in that skirmish. Black Venom, I think he ended up missing his Q there, which might have been the defining factor. But again, PNX being a bit overzealous, especially Nishastic, I don't think there's any need for him to go in so aggressively onto a Braum of all the champions anyway. If it was the Varus, I think it would make more sense, but yeah, that was not just a good watch, as now the Thresh is towards the mid side of the map. We can see Clownshot has not used any of his summoner spells, so I think he's fine. Going to soak up some XP, so the Ahri should get level 3. There you go, she does. And Killer not having a good time towards the top side of the map, as we had discussed.
Yeah, 48 stacks in the tier, now 54, but in the bot side, yeah, cannon -1 for that. But bot side, yeah, I think what's the hook lens from Nishastic? He doesn't have to press the Q2 to go in forward. That causes a lot. At the same time, Janna flashes forward to pick up the kill onto Ghost Nip, so now he doesn't have a flash to run away. Black Venom chases him, like you said. I think the Q misses from him, because if it hits, I'm pretty sure that's a definite kill, especially after the E hits later on. But on the top side, it's going to be a dive. Here comes the Shy Boy. The flash by Hydra is going to keep him alive. Shy Boy also takes a turret on the way out, but that's going to be another kill for the side of PNX, and a very nice, well-orchestrated dive in the top side, where Hydra takes a bit of turret aggro. Q2 gets a bit aggro here as well. He has flash, he has to burn it. The flash forward by Clownshot plus the Q ends up securing the kill for RPG. So it's 2-2. Next kill in the game will be the Feats of Warfare for whichever team can claim it.
Yeah, beautiful dive towards the top side of the map from the side of PNX. The shy boy finishes off that kill and finds his first kill of the game, gets the tunneler as well for himself. But Q2, again, not looking that great, honestly, since the last 2-3 games that we have watched. Goes for some sort of trade, does not know where the echo is, gets charmed. The echo's there to finish up the kill, burns his flash as well in the process, but still ends up going down. So again, not looking too good. Um, I don't think there was any need for him to go for such an aggressive trade anyway. And yeah, he pays for it with his life.
He pays with his life. Flash is traded between the mid laners as well. Still ended up with Q2 going down, ended up keeping here on the top side. Killer 90 now putting some pressure. He's gone back, bought a Ruby Crystal for himself. So has Set with the Dorn Shield. So a little bit more on the tankier side. Q2 wants to go for Pro. Unfortunately, until now, his Akali is not showing the prowess because he was going aggressive, but unfortunately, timing was not inside, given that Precog was close by, was shadowing for his teammate. Hydra and Killer 9BT still exchanging quite a bit of blows. Here comes Shy Boy. That's a pretty much dead Maka, but he has a flash to get away. The fear is going to connect. Why are we panning to the bot side? It's going to be the flash burned from the Maokai over there just to get out over there. I think he flashed at the last second after just before the fear can get procced from the Nocturne and gets away with his life, but he's gonna end up burning the flash over there. The wave's not in a good point for him as well, so it's not looking good for this blind Maokai top pick right now.
Yeah, it's not working out too well as we had predicted in the champ select as well, as he's going to pick up the Barmy Cinder, so he won't even be able to keep the wave towards himself. Has to burn his flash, is already 20 CS behind, but RPG are looking for some advantages themselves as they pick up the dragon. Q2 goes in very aggressively. R2's out right there, nothing doing. Clown Shot, I think, is going to be very happy with that trade as one plate is picked up for Hydra towards the top side of the map. And is Clown Shot, I'm not sure what he's trying to make right now. Maybe he's going for the Rod of Ages. Maybe he might end up making the Malignance as well. We'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, RPG picking up the dragon, so that does help them out a bit. Not a lot of difference between the two sides right now, as we only see 100 gold lead coming out for the side of PNX. And the Nocturne has hit level 6 now, so let's see where he decides to go.
Yeah, like, that's more importantly, the Nocturne level 6, the TP coming from the set top side, Precog's on the top side of the map, the Grub's going to be spawning in around 40 seconds time, but Hydra is going pretty deep over here. You can see that Nishastik's made his way away over here, just in case Fragnation is as well. The W should land, Killer 90 doesn't go down, but it lands onto the Echo. Nishastik goes in, he claims the kill onto the Maokai, picking up the feats of warfare for his team. So an excellently timed roam for the support of PNX, especially the Grubs are going to be coming up. And now you can see the Braum is now making his way. Precog goes back in, he stuns up Hydra. Hydra's locked in place, ends up going down. The R being burned from the Echo. The Ignite still ticking onto him, but the TP coming in from Killer 9B forces Thresh to run away, but he's running away into the arms of the Braum. He has flash that he has to, but especially since the Braum flash cues into his face. That's a flashless Thresh right now, and a bit more prio towards the side of Grubs, but Echo has to get a base back. Nocturne's on the bottom side of the map. Q2 still a bit struggling against the RE right now. The Lost Chapter completed, so definitely going on the Malignance route. Q2 goes back in, but Braum's close by. Black Venom overstepping his boundaries a bit. The Shy Boy is like, no, this is my jungle, but he's locked up with the Varus R in place. The ultimate pop by the Nocturne to create some dissonance in the side of RPG. He's still alive right now. Q2 goes back in, but he does jump out with the R2 at the end of the day. And there comes the Nocturne Q, but I think the fight is going to be stopping very shortly right now. I don't think either team wants to aggress. It's 3-3 kills right now, but PNX with that 800 goal lead.
Yeah, a lot of skirmishes happening towards the top side of the map. I think both the top laners just being so greedy for the farm that they both end up dying. And then we see the skirmish as well, where Black Venom has to burn his flash and barrier to get out of a Nocturne's range, who did use his ultimate, but to no avail at the start, as Nishastik is going to roam towards the top side yet again. Connects the hook, connects the play as well. Going to miss the ultimate, unfortunately, and Killer can just walk out of that gank, and we see again so much priority for both the teams towards this top side of the map. The Brom is there, Hydra's there, Nishastic, everyone from the side of PNX Barbie. Kaisa is there as the Maokai ends up going down. Ghost Snipped is going to go down as well as Precognition has to burn his flash to get out of that situation. Clown Shot Flash Charm onto the Thresh, picks up the kill. So that's going to be a 2-for-1 for the side of PNX.
Yeah, and now grubs are being taken. Hydra with that solo kill onto the Maokai in the top side. That's going to allow Prio for the side over here. Cloudshot still wants to walk for the charm lands, but it's on to Hydra. He doesn't mind that whatsoever. He's just going to walk away from it. But at the end of the day, 2 grubs picked up by PNX Ascension, 1 grub picked up by RPG after all those fights. And the Maokai, the blind pick Maokai, unfortunately 0-3 right now. He kept on trying to trade with the set when he was especially solo, especially when he knows that set's ultimate is up. And unfortunately, pays his price. His ultimate came a bit too late. While the ultimate was triggered, set triggers his own, cancels out a bit in animation. And here, Nishastic's going bot side. He may be looking for a pick, maybe looking for a hook, but no. Minion wave comes in. Black Venom goes to save. He's going for the on-hit Varus build. Kaiser is going for that Kraken Slayer as well, not the Yuntal's build either. So now, pretty much the standard builds for them. The Malignant's completed for the Ari, the only one with a completed item right now in the game. He's enjoying a pretty nice lead of 2-0, and unfortunately, Q2's Akali just not manifesting enough right now.
Yeah, the Akali is yet to connect, I think, but still okay. 1 kill, 1 death, 77 farm. But I'm just looking at top lane, and that Maokai just looks so out of this game already. 0-3-0, 57 CS at 11 minutes. It's just a very poor performance. As of now, I mean, of course, he will be, some sort of threat in the team fights. But looking at it now, I think it just looks very bad as Hydra is proxying the wave now. The dragon has spawned, and now let's see if these teams decide to play for it and fight for it, as the Shy Boy is going to burn his ultimate. The hook misses. Shy Boy goes in actually onto the Echo, who can just ultimate, so I'm not too sure if that was the greatest choice, as Clown Shot gets the reset, is able to get out. No, Kaisa is there to pick up that kill, and Black Venom has finally joined the fight. Q2 able to run away as well, and it's all in all, it's going to be a 2-for-2. But a shutdown bounty going over towards Kaisa. Jana picking up 2 kills for himself.
Jana being a bit tricky, just trying to steal the scuttle with the double. You can see over here the hook completely whiffs the R trigger from the Nocturne. He goes into the fight, but Thresh is just locked up in place. There's not much he can do. Precognition pops his R, goes back in time, but Shy Boy's left to his own devices. Cloud Shot's trying to run away, but catches up to him. A double kill picked up for him. Now he's fairly accelerated in his own self, and he's having a good time. Drake left alone after all that fighting was done. Killer 9BT honestly does look pretty much out of this. This trade's completely going to be going in Set's favor. The Storm Surge picked up the Kali. The hook lands on Black Venom, but very smartly Nishastic can't go in. Jana can't obviously follow up right now. He's not got his reset after getting those 2 kills. Trying to pick up the wave, trying to pick up some CS for himself. But talking about CS numbers, mid lane quite a bit in favor of the Akali. Top side quite a bit in favor of the Set. And that is how it is right now. 7 kills for PNX to the 6 kills of RPG. Gold around 500 in favor of PNX after all these skirmishing. Hydra just whittling away at the Maokai, trying to chunk him down, but nice going in onto the Set just to dodge the W damage that was coming up. A good move from Killer 9BT, but it might be a little bit too late in the matchup to try going for, fancy moves like this, because before, if you had maybe tried for something, it could have amounted to something, because Hydra doesn't mind at all trading over here, especially with the Doran Shield. He's heal up over time as well, and Killer 9BT is 1 level behind. Very interesting, the Nocturne has gone with the Hexplate first item instead of the Stride Breaker, so he wants to really just, power farm these R's every time there's a fight. He really wants his R to be up in place as well. Precognition's coming from the side, so is Clown Shot over to this bush over here, Kaka. This might spell detriment from Hydra. The charm lands, the W follows through. Hydra powers through with his ultimate, but I think that's the end of his stories. Now Shy Boy just has to scurry away towards his turret. They really want to maybe go in onto him. Killer 9B is following up. The push back onto the Shy Boy. He flashes out. Clown Shot ends up taking a bit too many turret shots in that last exchange. Not proper juggle of turret aggro, and unfortunately, Clown Shot ends up losing his life. Precognition is ultimate less against Q2 and Nishastic over here. Q2 goes in onto the Echo, and that's going to be the end with the Stormshot perk onto the jungle of RPG.
Yeah, still a 2-for-2 trade if I'm not wrong. So works out in favor of PNX as they are looking to TP towards the bot side of the map to save Janna, who has to use Cleanse and his ultimate to get out of, and the flash as well to get out of that situation, as Killer might end up going down towards the top side. There you go, he does. And towards the bot side, Ghost Nib gets killed by the set as well, who did burn his TP to get down and save his Kaisa. So all in all, PNX looking good, and we were talking about the Akali now. It has finally come online. 3-1 into 300 gold shutdown for him. The Storm Surge is completed. He's going to go back, pick up more components for himself as well. It looks like the battle of the mid laners for now. 5-2 and 1 Clown Shot on that Ari. Very close to completing his Leandries as well. And Akali as well gets the Merc Treads completed with 2 Amp Tomes. So still quite behind in gold when it comes to his opposition number, but doing relatively well and doing what we expected from him in this game.
Yeah, yes, definitely. His lane swaps come in. You can see Hydra's on the bot side just hammering away at the turret. He doesn't care that Black Venom goes by. He's going to pick up that turret for himself. That's going to be the first turret of the game going over to the side of PNX. The Shy Boy needs to being careful around Killer 9BT in this bush. Janna, you also have to be careful. Very smartly ease and goes back towards his own turret side instead. But with that first turret being picked up, that is the feats of strength for the side of PNX. But over here, Killer 9BT is going in. He triggers his own ultimate. Shy Boy is left alone. The spell sheet will not save you from all this damage that is going to come your way. But what will is the lantern coming in from the man, the myth, the legend that is Nishastic, saving his jungle in a very precarious situation. And this is what we would like to see from Nishastic, not the Swain support. This thresh support is definitely playing well for Phoenix Ascension right now.
Yeah, 100%. A better showing than the Swain that we saw yesterday. But still, the Shy Boy has to burn his flash to get out of that situation. Hydra is just a menace, picks up the T2 for himself. So that's a lot of gold that he just picked up. And you can see in the gold lead as well, 3,000 gold lead for the side of PNX as the Paranoia comes in. Let's see who does it end up on. The Varus is just going to burn. Shy Boy gets tagged by the Braum, ends up dying as well, as the death sentence connects onto the Braum, who is going to die as well. That's going to be the third kill of the game for Janna. Ari flashes away from the fight. Nishastic misses the Q once again. Precognition does have his ultimate, but I think he might end up dying as well. As Q2 dominating on this Akali, 6-1 and 2 now. And now it looks like PNX have a big advantage in this game, and it's there to lose.
Yeah, it's a definitely huge advantage. 4k gold, feats of strength, turrets being picked up left, right, and center. Q2 ends up picking up that Rift Herald Eye as well. Janna is pretty accelerated. It's 304, 450 gold bounty, and the Q2 that we were mentioning, that Akali, he was not being that much ahead earlier on. Now is a monster. 6-1 and 2 for himself, 600 bounty on his own head. Unfortunately, Maokai not doing anything. Most of the gold from RPG being funneled right now into the Ari, but how much can she do in the fight? As you could see later on in that fight, Clown Shot was just being thrown onto the side. He had to even burn his flash to escape himself dying in that situation. Drake coming up in 10 seconds time. Ginsu's Rage Blade, Kraken Slayer completed from Kaiser, so he is 2 out of the 3 items that make a Kaiser very, very deadly. The back channeled by the Thresh. Killer 9BD is being jumped on by Hydra, but he doesn't care. Hydra doesn't even mind farming. He's already 40 CS ahead onto this Maokai. And topside, Q2 is going to be taking down the tier 1 for himself.
Yeah, a lot of gold going over towards the side of PNX as the turret is picked up. The dragon has spawned as well, so there is no cross map opportunity right now for the side of RPG, as PNX do look like they have control here. RPG going to push PNX away, but towards the top side of the map we can see the Herald has been spawned by Q2. He's gonna take that tier 2 turret, has the TP as well if he needs to join the fight here, as the Maokai ult comes in. The Paranoia comes in as well, and the Ari ends up dying while in her ultimate. Hydra able to finish off the Maokai as well. This is a disaster for the side of RPG, as they have essentially lost this fight 4 versus 5 while the dragon is still up. I'm not even sure if Q2 needed to TP there. That's going to be a clean ace coming in for the side of PNX, who now find themselves 8,000 gold ahead of their opposition number at 19 minutes. More turrets will be picked up. So yeah, this lead will grow to that 10,000 mark pretty soon.
And that was a huge wave still top side. So even then, after Q2 TPs in the fight, which even I agreed not that necessary given how the fight was looking, the tier 3 falls top over there. Set gonna pick up the tier 2 bot side, they're gonna pick up the tier 2 mid. So many towers being picked up, and RPG still haven't touched any of the towers of PNX right now. And just look, Maokai just couldn't do anything in the fight. By the time he even reaches it, it's the set pushing him back into his own team, and that's where it comes in. Very smartly, Shy Boy waits for the ultimate of Maokai to go away. Who does he jump on? The one member who's a real big threat that's going to be Clown Shot in these fights, and that's where the Shy Boy initially targets his ultimate. He jumps in onto them and does a fantastic job. Shy Boy's prioritization in fights is pretty exceptional. Now has Eclipse complete as well, so a lot more shielding in these fights. And Maokai 0-5 to the set. Blood Whale completed. It is not looking at all favorable for RPG. They're almost at a 10k gold, at 9k gold right now. And Nishastic just toying with Precognition. He doesn't mind just having some fun in this jungle over here. At the same time, Set at the bot side is going to be picking up the RPG's red buff.
Yeah, and who can contest the set at this point, right? Like, he can just take any camp that he wants, and without getting into trouble, as well as the Atakan has spawned PNX setting their sights onto that objective. Just looking at the items as well, 2 items completed for all of the members from the side of PNX, and for the side of RPG, the VAR is still struggling to get his second item. Even in team fights, he's not able to navigate properly because of the dive threat that comes in from the side of PNX. And of course, the Maokai and Brom 0-5 and 0-6 respectively are not tanky enough to stall out these fights, and that's why we are looking at these clean aces coming in from the side of PNX, and the confidence growing as well for them. The Maokai ulti is going to get casted. Q2 is in the enemy backline as Precognition has entered the pit right here. Nishastic has to flash away. The Artkan will be secured by the side of the Shy Boy, but 2 kills will be picked up from the side of RPG.
2 kills picked up. Killer 9VD has to TP to the tier 3 bot side just to match Hydra over here, but Hydra is still manning away. Q2 stops his recall. He's going to be coming up over here, but I don't know how much you can do in a 2v4 situation essentially right now. The Kaiser and the Akali, the only ones members of Phoenix in the top side of the map, but they really want to prevent maybe tier 2 turret top side from going down. Killer 9VD taking a huge W to the face. Q2 just being a menace right now. Keeps good spacing, is not getting caught out, and prevents the tier 2 falling from the top side for PNX. And well played from the mid laner of Phoenix Ascension. Q2 doing phenomenally on our Akali, and this is the reason why this champion gets banned. But he's going very deep in over here. If he gets caught out, this could spell disaster. The hook now landing. The Kaiser goes on the backline on Venom, who was marked up. One more auto will secure the kill, but no, Venom gets away just in time. The ultimate triggered by the Shy Boy just to kill off Clown Shot. I think that's a very good opportunity for them. Brom is left alone. Black Venom is still finished off. A double kill for the Shy Boy. Precognition is just doing camps on the side on his way out, just trying to get whatever he can for his team. And Killer 9VD left alone for this start. Not much of a way for Phoenix Ascension, but will this be stopping them? I do not think so. They will be picking up this start for themselves. They will be picking up this inhibitor, and Akali is still pushing down towards the tier 3 in the bot side.
Yeah, so 2 inhibs will be picked up for the side of PNX, who are looking very strong in this game, and I think should be the favorites to finish this off very quickly as well. You can already see the carries doing their job from the side of PNX. And Q2, as you said, just being a menace towards the backline. I thought he was going to enter earlier in the Atakan fight, but does not decide to do so. As they all look for a reset right now, the third dragon is going to come up. That's going to be the sole point as well. If PNX can manage to pick that up for themselves. as the Kaisa is just so close to that Nashor's dude. He just wants to finish off that item as soon as possible as well. And the Void Staff for the side of Q2 on the Akali. Both of the champions doing so well in this game. Uh, they can play this one very safely, pick up the dragon, pick up the baron, and then go towards the bot side, or they can just go 5-man bot side anyway. But RPG do have some sort of wave player, so I think it would be just smart to pick up all these objectives and buffs and then look to end the game.
Yeah, and I think PNX are just going to play it on the air safe side because this is the kind of team they are. They like to take their time cautiously in these fights. They're going to pick up this Drake for themselves. No chance of the steal the Q from Black Venom just a bit too late in that fight. Now Baron is up for opportunities. Pretty much every single gives after the one grub and the first Drake going over to the hands of PNX. They've picked up 3 Drakes are on Hextech Soul Point, picked up the Artagon after that bit of a messy fight, but the Shy Boy has to risk his life just to pick that up for his team after a nice Maokai ultimate from Killer 9BD. But that's all Killer 9BD had done in this entire game. Against Hydra, struggled quite a bit. The E from Hydra not connecting, but on the bot side you can see the Shy Boy triggers his ultimate, makes the pressure that Clown Shot has to back away. Here comes the ultimate from the Nocturne, followed by the ultimate from the Kaiser, but Ari just dashes away. The hook lands onto Black Venom. I don't think you want to be there, my man, on the Varus, because that hook definitely, that's a death sentence for your life. A bit of a messy fight coming up. Flash being burned by Hydra to go on the backside. The Shastic ends up falling down. It's a 4v4 skirmish right now. Q2 goes in. He's gone godlike, but he might give up his life for that. Killer 9 DVD trades it as well. Clown Shot ends up going down. The only member of RPG, of Report Precog Gaming, is Precognition, who's alive. Phoenix Gaming, Phoenix Ascension going for the finish, going for the final kills, pick up 4 kills for the trouble of 2 casualties for themselves, but at the same time they end up picking up game 1 in this best of 3.
Yeah, and this was a very quick game from the point where PNX got the lead for themselves, just ending it beautifully in these team fights, just looking so effective as well. And we saw the top gap that had come in, Killer not being able to do much on the Maokai. And we were being quite critical of it, but for a reason, as we can already see, it didn't turn out to be the best pick for them. But huge props to the side of PNX as well, who found the opening towards the top side with Hydra dominating that lane and getting all these turrets for himself. And Jana as well on this Kaisa was actually pretty spectacular. Ended up deathless, was there in all of these team fights to finish off the target and jump towards the backline. So very well played from the side of PNX, and they'll be hoping to continue this in game 2 as well.
They definitely will be a bit on the faster side for a team like Phoenix Ascension, but if you're going to give them the opportunities here, I think Phoenix Ascension were just pretty much going to pick up this inhibitor, go Baron and end. But as soon as the Varus gets caught out, as soon as these skirmishes break down, it's going all PNX's favor. You can see Q2 goes in, does a massive amount of damage on the backline, ends up getting caught out, but so does Killer 9BD. Clown Shot on the way trying to catch the Akali ends up giving up their own lives, and unfortunately a bit lackluster performance on the side of the Bangladeshi boys for game 1 at least. They really have to go back and rethink a bit of the draft. The only bright and shining point was Clown Shot earlier in the game, but unfortunately the RE just can't carry as much given that there's so many Fed members on the side of Phoenix. There's going to be the Nocturne, the Kali, the Kaiser, and everybody is just doing tremendous amounts of damage, and the Shy Boy is always where he needs to be at the right time. So that's just such good map awareness from the jungler of Phoenix Ascension.
Yeah, but some positives, let's see if we can find any, would be for the side of RPG, is that now Q2 cannot play the Echo, cannot play the Akali as well in this game 2. So we'll have to see what his 5th champion is, as the Dyna was banned and the Yone was banned as well. And I think we're going to see that in game 2 as well. And yeah, I just hope we have some better top picks coming out from the side of Killer, because the Maokai did not make a lot of sense, and it just ended up losing his team the game, be it the champion or the performance as well. I think the top side of the map was imploding for the side. of RPG right there. Both the jungler and top laner not being able to do their best. As we look at the scorecard, 26 minutes and 27 seconds it took for the side of PNX to finish this one. 11 turrets to 1. 3 dragons. They were going to pick up the Hextech Soul. Had it spawned as well. Rift Herald picked up Void Grubs as well as the Artakan. The Baron and Elder did not spawn this game, and just over 10,000 gold lead for the side of PNX, and that's all they needed to end this game.
Yeah, and even Baron on the map, PNX just excluded. They wanted to pick up Inhibitor, I think, and the plan was to go for Baron because that's their pattern. But if RPG keeps on throwing it a bit away, it's going to be hard for the side of Phoenix Ascension not to take advantage of that. And one of the reasons that they were so powerful is this man on your screen, your MVP Janna, the ADC for Phoenix Ascension, playing that Kaiser Deathless exactly how you want to be as an ADC. 6, 0, and 12 is KDA, 790 damage per minute. The CS per minute not mattering that much given how much fighting was being done towards the end. It was more object oriented of that, but he was never getting caught out. He was always dishing damage from behind, and I think big props up to this man. And it's a lot about how his team allowed him to play his playstyle properly that allowed him to perform so phenomenally.
Yeah, the draft was set up very well for him to do what he does, as he did end up 6, 0, and 12, as you rightly said so. And going deathless, I think that is the dream for any AD carry player, honestly, especially in a tournament match. So I think that was pretty well done for Janna. Well deserved MVP. I think it could have been Nasastic as well with his roams and everything. But yeah, Janna did a very good job on this, Kaisa. And that just makes you wonder why it wasn't picked yesterday.
It also makes you question why Nisasik wasn't playing more traditional supports yesterday, given how well his Thresh is doing today, right? His hooks were landing every single time they needed to. His roams were pretty much on point, which he couldn't do it with the Swain as well. But that just shows you what kind of 180 performance it was for the support of Phoenix Ascension. And I think that also shows you how much this team has thought about after yesterday's game against SCTOL Esports. But guys, before we go into game 2 of this best of 3 series, we'll be taking a very short break.
Right, guys, welcome back to Legends Ascent South Asia Week 2, Day 2, match number 1 for the day, PNX versus RPG, where PNX is currently 1-0 up in this best of 3, and now it looks like RPG have chosen the red side. And let's see if that's going to make any difference, because the game 1 was a little bit of a one-sided affair from the side of PNX doing really well. Jana MVP performance on the Kaisa as well, and Nishastic closely following him as well with his Thresh support. Yeah, it was a pretty close game till it wasn't really, and now RPG have a lot to do to get back in the series, Madness.
They definitely have a lot to do. A lot of homework has to be done against how you want to play. You can't take your comfort picks against a team like Phoenix Ascension that run more comp oriented drafts, of which will go to so well together, especially a draft where you're protecting your Kaiser so much, the Nocturne goes in on your back lines and you have no protection for your backline members. Essentially, you do still have the champions that you can play it, but you just did not work it out whatsoever. And certain blind picks that should not be named again should not be done in the future for the side of RPG. But without any further ado, we're going to head straight in to draft 2 over here. It's going to be the same bans for Phoenix Ascension. It's going to be the Anivia and the War. The Anivia definitely trying to add Clownshot, one of the Anivia mains. This time, RPG with that Diana are going to introduce a Trundle ban. Phoenix with the Mundo ban against Killer 9 BD. Let's see if the Yone ban still follows from the side of RPG. That's exactly what happens here. That Yone gets banned as well. So what would the first pick going to be up for the side of Phoenix Ascension? Traditionally, they've gone for, before, what we've seen for them is ADC picks, and that is exactly what is going to be looking over here. It's going to be that Caitlyn getting locked in as R1 for the side of Phoenix Ascension.
Yeah, it just screams comfort for the side of Jana as well. I really like the Mundo ban, especially when you see that Trundle has been banned. That does indicate that Killer might want to pick up that champion. So I really like that ban coming out. The MF and J4, again, excellent picks coming out from the side of RPG right now. Kate first pick, I don't think it makes a lot of sense, but if it's a contested pick and if Jana really wants to play that champion, then I don't see any fault in that. This should be the jungle pickup as well as the support pickup coming in from the side of PNX Ascension. We did see the Zyra J4 as well. You can just ult the Cataclysm and punish the J4 that way, but it looks like the Nidalee is going to be the choice for the side of Shy Boy, taking her into the jungle. Could be top lane as well, but I don't think that's going to happen. And now let's see if the support comes out or if it's going to be another pick for Q2 so that he does not have to tank any more bans.
It does look like it's going to be the support. However, the support locked in. The Leona locked in for Nishastic. Rel is open for the side of MF in the bot side. Good combo with that, with CC locked up. You really want to see something like, because we haven't been seeing that much MF during the qualifiers, not that much misfortune coming out. A lot of other things have been targeted instead. But this time, Malzahar not going to be allowed to get banned in the second phase of banning. This time, instantly Clownshot going to be blind picking that for himself in the mid lane as we head over to the second phase of banning. I really want to see how Precog does on the Jarvan, because he is a guy who likes to be aggressive, and with such an aggressive jungler, it could pay a lot for him. The Olaf ban coming out for RPG against Hydra. Yet again, let's see where Phoenix Ascension want to target. They're probably going to target a lot of support bans, a lot of top bans, because that's the two places left for RPG to pick for themselves. But the Nidalee pick, interesting, can go, snowballing effect, more of an invading jungler. The Rel ban comes out, so unfortunately Misfortune will not have, the favorited support with her in the bot side. The Galio ban against Q2, again mid lane side. Now Q2's options have been narrowed quite a bit, given he can't play the Echo, can't play the Akali just due to Fearless, as well as the Yone and Diana due to the bans over here. And Killer 9BD's Mordekaiser will also not be allowed as well. Let's see what blind pick the side of RPG are going to go for here.
Yeah, should be a support pickup. The Braum is out of the equation as well, as it was picked in the previous game. Yeah, I was gonna say the Nautilus makes sense, just answering engage with more engage. So I really like what RPG have drafted in this one. A lot of engage and a lot of setup for the Misfortune coming in this one. The Silas looks like is going to come in for Q2 as that gets logged in. So I think Q2 just plays melee AP champions. That seems like his champion pool coming in, as the Jax is going to get logged in as well blindly. But we don't mind it too much. Would really love to see Gragas or something like that if Killer can play it. Definitely not the Malphite, since the Silas is against in the opponent team. So let's see what this last pickup is going to be. I really don't want to see Nautilus going top and we get into some sort of weird shenanigans.
Unfortunately, we won't be going over that. Actually, fortunately, we won't be going over there. We don't want the Nautilus top, AP Nautilus top shenanigans. It's going to be Killer 9BD locking in the Yorick for himself top side against the Jax. It's going to be pretty much a farming lane for him that he wants to farm as much as he wants, go for the split pushes later on. But this time, RPG's comp looking pretty solid, if I may say so myself. Well, as Phoenix Ascension looking slightly more haphazard in terms of CC for themselves.
Yeah, I'm a bit more snowbally, I would say, for the side of PNX. They do need to get the leads. The Caitlyn needs to win the lane. The Silas cannot afford to go even against the Malzahar, because the Malzahar just outscales that champion as well. I think the Jax is fine, but the Nidalee as well needs a lot of priority from his solo lanes to do anything in this game. So PNX definitely do have the harder comp for themselves, and I think, and I speak for both of us here, we don't really prefer these sort of comps where it just makes it hard for you to play out, and you need to a lot more better than the enemy team to win out. Whereas you can see the report Precog Gaming just picking up champions that are quite easy to play. The MF Press R, the Nautilus Malzahar, same thing. The Jarvan has great setup as well, and the Yorick, of course, we have seen how broken that champion can be in the hands of a good player. So I do like what I see coming out from the side of RPG, but again, it's going to come out, depending on how they played out on the Rift, essentially.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be how we play out. You can't let Phoenix Ascension snowball. Like you said, the Nidalee gets hyper accelerated, can be a problem. The Caitlyn gets a head lane, can be a problem. The Jax will be scaling quite well as well. So I want to see how they will play according to that. Janna and Nisastic have to do a job of bullying a bit against the MF Nautilus, but like you said, the simple R pick comps usually are the ones that come out on top, and this is what RPG have gone back to the drawing board, thought to themselves, let's not make it too complicated. Let's play simple composition, simple drafts, and that's exactly what they have locked in for themselves. And this MF ult is going to be a problem. The only thing pretty much going to be able to stop it is going to be the Leona with the R, maybe to go from that. But if Black Venom keeps his spacing, it could be fine. Last time in a couple of fights, he was getting quite a bit caught out just due to how he was positioning himself in these fights, and I hope to see he will be working on that. Nishastic, very good turnaround compared to yesterday's support performance, now playing more engaged supports in the form of Thresh last game, where, as you said, behind Janna, the second maybe most MVP like performance in his team. So I'm gonna expect big things from this man going into game 2, and hopefully let's see what RPG can do. Hopefully they can take us all the way to game 3, because their draft is definitely going to be looking like that.
Yeah, 100%. But I don't think PNX can afford to drop a game, in their pursuit of those top 4 places. Getting a 2-0 against, we can maybe call it lesser teams, has to be a must for the side of PNX. So they have to win this series 2-0 to get all 3 points. And if they are not able to do so, there's Kakao still waiting in the wings. There's still Revenants yet to play PNX. Suho haters as well, looking so good. So there are already 4 teams that might be better than PNX. So PNX cannot afford to lose even a single game against the teams that they are expected to win against.
Exactly, they cannot do the same mistake they did in the Poro Patrol matchup, where the game 2 is the one where they gave up that point over the side of Invokers Tristana, and they let Mayhem, and it was kind of a draft that they went into that matchup with, where it was more of not playing composition wise, it was more of playing individual matchups, and unfortunately didn't work out. Let's hope to see that they don't allow history to repeat itself in this kind, but like you said, they can't afford to give up a single game. Only 2 out of those first 6 points have what they have required. They have to get 3 out of 3 here, and I don't think RPG is going to let them take it so easily. They're going to put up definitely much more fight, especially with what I can see of them getting rejuvenated coming into game 2. Mental hasn't been lost whatsoever. They've done their draft in a very cold, determined manner of how they want to play it out, and hopefully it transitions to the Rift and what happens over there.
Yeah, I mean, the draft looks good. As you said, we'll have to see if the mental has been reset once the game starts. But the draft looks good. They have picked up very easy champions that can be, game changers as well. The Malzar, the MF Ultimate especially can burn out the whole team as well. For the side of PNX, I would have really liked to see the Zyra come in again for the Shy Boy. I thought he looked quite excellent in his game. Against the best team, hands down. And I'm not too sure why he has decided to opt for Nidalee when the Zyra was left open, especially against Jarvan as well. Can do so well against these sort of champions that do immobilize themselves while ulting. The MF, the Malzar, you just pop your ultimate and they get knocked up and the ults get cancelled and everything. So it just looked like a really good Zyra game, but he decides that Nidalee is the better champion for them. So we'll have to see how that goes. But can't stress it enough. They do need to win this game. They do need to finish this series in the next game, because any more drop points and it's going to be very, very shaky for them to qualify.
Especially, yes, at this point of the tournament, if you're dropping points, it's always going to be better. Like you said, the Zyra pickup could have maybe put the done deal seal on this game, but unfortunately it's going to be the Nidalee instead, and it's going to cause a bit more lack in terms of CC. So that was all in paper, all in theory. We're going to head straight into the Rift for game 2 between Phoenix Ascension and Report Precog game. Phoenix Ascension going to be on the blue side this time, RPG on the red, and still Ascender. This time, Shy Boy not taking time to come into the Rift. He's going to walk in, throw a spear into the bush to maybe check out over there. Not going to be hitting any target, so he's going to be walking up himself. Another spear comes out from him, but no targets acquired for themselves right now.
Yeah, and we do see all these guys just facing off against each other. The spear barely going to miss again for the Shy Boy. The red side of the jungle very well protected for the side of RPG. The Jarvan, the Yorick as well has come down there. I would like to see what the Jax is doing right now. Maybe he's fishing, maybe he's not. But if you can get that early 10-15 goal, I think it's always good. As Ghost Nipped is looking to ward but gets spotted by the Leona, so that's not going to happen. The Raptor has been warded from the side of Q2, so they will have information on where the J4 starts pretty soon. And yeah, there we go. I think bot lane is where I'll be keeping my eyes on. Quite aggressive for both the teams, as Hydra looks for a very nice trade towards the top side. Has the lethal tempo actually, so can afford to do that. The stun comes in. The aftershock was already procced for Ghost Nib, so he takes a bit of damage, and Q2 taking a lot of damage actually from Clown Shot.
He took quite a bit of damage there, and the bot side trades went out. Ghost Nib also taking quite a bit of the brunt, but it's going to be the Janna on the other side who's being forced to pop his health pot just to come up in terms of HP. Killer 9 BD level down, Hydra taking full advantage. Killer 9 BD with the cheeky out at the end just to get that grass proc off. Hydra is just going to keep on this pressure against the Yorick, because we don't want to get him anything for himself. Ground shot going against Q2, spells missing out. Unfortunately, damage is pretty much on the same time. Clownshot pops one health potion for himself. Jungling wise, look at the Nidalee and look at where Nishastic is. They are walking into the jungle of Precognition. He has to be careful. The flash being burned for the flash of Nishastic just to get away to safety. He's going to lose a couple of camps. Now the flag and drag on to the Nidalee, but now Precog's being thrown into a very dangerous spot. The exhaust coming out onto Q2. That's going to be the first blood picked up by PNX, but can Black Venom answer back over here instead? Nishastic going to slow him down quite a bit. The flash forward, the root onto Q2. He is burning quite a bit, trying to run away, but it's going to be Ghost Snip that ends up going down. The Nautilus paying a problem here, and in very quick succession, 3 kills picked up for PNX with no answer for RPG, and that's going to be PNX picking up the feats of warfare.
Yeah, that was a really nice invade coming out from the Shy Boy, and we were saying that we need him to play aggressive, and that's exactly what he does. Precognition actually decides to go back in himself. with the flag and drag, knocks up the Nidalee, who can flash away and get out. You can see the Jana was not there for majority of this fight, but PNX did quite well to survive. Q2 barely survives in a single digit HP, I'm sure, as the Shy Boy connects his spear onto Black Venom, and that kill is picked up by Jana. 2-0 and 1 for the Shy Boy and this Nidalee. Looking really strong right now, and yeah, that's what you want your Nidalee to do, just invade and be a menace to the enemy team, as Q2 is going in for a trade. Turns out to be a good trade for him, is going to take some damage on his way back. But yeah, huge advantage for the side of PNX, who are now 1.5 thousand gold ahead and have already secured the feats of warfare, as you said, very early on.
And yes, that's a very good thing, especially for Nidalee. That's exactly how you want to play it. I think Precog had to be a bit more careful that someone, if they can come in at the level 2 mark for himself, and just wasn't there. He goes back in, but unfortunately his team is not that much stronger or in for the follow-up. A nice trap was landed by the King. The chains connect onto Clown. He's taking quite a bit of beating, but Q2 has to be careful. Precog's close by, but the Shy Boy is going to deter the J4 from walking up too close to his own mid laner over here. In the bot side, you can see the slingshot being picked up by the Caitlyn. That indicates we're going down the Yuntal's path. The MF still only a longsword, so still a lot of questions about how she wants to go lethality or she wants to go bloodthirst. Given that she has gone the runes of press the tag, it's probably going to be the bloodthirst. A nice cage in for that side, but Nishasha is going pretty deep onto Black Venom. Jana is just keeping his distance and just poking away. He's not being touched whatsoever, and I think that's completely fine. This is the kind of lane that PNX wanted to play. Very barely the Lance missing out from the side of Nishastic, but now look at how far Black Venom has to play behind, how cautious he has to play. And this is how you want to play a Leona and Caitlyn lane, especially over here. The trap being put down, a lot of damage coming out. The Q also hitting from Caitlyn, but Nishastic might have gone a bit too deep. One more auto after the flash by Janner secures the kill onto the Nautilus, and we wanted to keep our eyes on the bot lane, and the bot lane is not disappointing.
Yeah, 100%. A good 2 versus 2 coming out from the side of PNX. Black Venom as well has to play ever so safe, as you mentioned earlier, as Hydra and Killer BD will trade a few blows towards the top side. But yeah, good pickup coming in for the side of PNX. The kill as well goes to Jana, so he goes 2-0 and 1. Has the pickaxe completed as well. Is going to get his Yuntal pretty quickly, I am sure. And yeah, PNX just showing up really well in this game too, not making a lot of mistakes and punishing, more importantly, the mistakes coming out of from the side of RPG.
Yes, definitely. Now with a 4-0 lead in terms of kill, gold at a 1.7k lead for themselves. Nishastic going to be roaming already, going to be putting down deep wards in the jungle of RPG. And doing pretty fine for himself. Nidalee walking close by. Jax is still at a pretty standard start on the top side. Now after that pickaxe gets completed from the side of MF, maybe some damage in lane, but a pickaxe also picked up from the side of Caitlyn. And then I'm not sure about what build my Caitlyn is going, because now we have the Yuntal is a BF, longsword and slingshot, if I'm not wrong, but I don't know where the pickaxe comes from.
I'm not sure as well. We did see him, picking up a lot of random items yesterday as well, if you remember, on the Ash. So, I, wouldn't be surprised if he's in two minds about this. As RPG are going to get this gang towards the mid side. I think Q2 ends up dying for sure here. The Shy Boy was there but could not join the fray. As Hydra is running away from Killer BD, the flash hook comes in from the side of Ghost Nip, but let's see if they have enough damage and CC. Hydra going to get cataclysmed right there, but is able to hop away. The hook, how does that one connect? I'm not too sure. As Hydra has to flash and he still ends up dying, and that's going to be another objective for the side of RPG. So not going out without a fight. They are showing up as well. The Shy Boy standing in that brush for some reason. Let's see if he's able to do anything here, as Q2 has decided to join back in. A huge MF ult, and Q2 ends up dying yet again. He had just spawned, and this was not the fight that PNX was looking for. Nishastic has the flash. gets hooked. I'm not too sure why he didn't use it. He dies as well. The Shy Boy is in the back line. The Hydra uses his counter strike and hop away to get away. Another TP coming in from the side of Q2. If he dies once more, I think he should just quit this game. I feel like, because back to back deaths would not be very good for him as the action finally stops. And it looks like what we were fighting for earlier, the grubs, will be picked up from the side of PNX.
That was such a messy exchange going on a very long time. Like you said, Q2 died twice in that entire longevity of those fights. And most importantly, 2 grubs get picked up by PNX. Only 1 grub picked by RPG for all their troubles. I think, yes, like you said, Nishase could have flashed out of that play. Hydra, that was a very weird hitbox on that Nautilus hook, but let's hold that thought. Q2 getting caught in the mid lane is going to jump away. But Precognition, you are not in the correct jungle as per the say of Phoenix Ascension. Instead, Nautilus is going to get locked up in place. He's not going to get much retrieve. That's a double kill picked up by the Nidalee, by Shy Boy from Phoenix Ascension right here. And now it's a good answer coming back for all the troubles. Precognition just caught a bit lacking in his own jungle, unfortunately. And that's a 5-0-1 Nidalee right now. Finally, the BF sword picked up by Janna. As you said, always kind of bit in 2 minds of how he wants it to build up. Just maybe picks up whatever he gets the goal for when he goes back. Dark Seal stack Nidalee, a 5-kill Nidalee, and that is something you have to be very cautious about going further into these matchups. Now Killer 9BD can pick up the pace against Hydra. Hydra's the one having to be on the back foot. Killer 9BD quite a bit up in CS, 20 CS for himself. The mid lane, 13 CS up for the Malzahar onto the Silas. On the bot side, quite a bit of serious differential in favor of Janna after all these buys. But that bullet time came in clutch last time, but it only hit Q2. Now Janna, a bit far from home, it might seem, for the little Caitlyn. He's trying to run away, he's trying to get a counter kill. But in the meantime, in the mid lane, the R from the Malzahar suppress is the Silas underneath the turret. In the bot side, Janna does end up picking up a trade kill into Nautilus in what seemed a situation where he can't get out no matter what. He ends up going down for a 1-for-1, so well played by the ADC of Phoenix Ascension.
Yeah, Ghost Nip, I don't know if he needed to die there, but ends up dying as you rightly said. So in the mid lane, though, Q2 not having the best game on this Silas goes down for the 3rd time in this game alone, and that was a solo kill. Gets ulted right under the turret, so I'm not too sure if he was looking for such trades, as we do see Ghost Nip now towards this top side. The counter strike has been used, and this is just a solo kill actually, almost from the side of Killer BD. Hydra does not have the flash. There is no way he can get out of this situation. Will receive the heal. It's not going to be enough. And now let's see if the action can continue. Ghost Nip might end up going down for the 6th time this game, as the Shy Boy goes dominating, is able to pick up that kill for himself. All in all, a 1-for-1, but I think RPG will be happy with that. It's a top laner for a support trade who was already 0-5. Killer BD is still lurking towards this top side of the map. He's going to go down.
Oh, what's the trade?
Not before the trade, exactly as you said. The Shy Boy ends up dying as well. So a 2-for-2 all in all. Again, a very prolonged fight, skirmish coming in from these teams, as Q2 steals the Malzahar ultimate, but I don't think he can do too much with it, at least to the Malzahar.
Yeah, and I think that was a bit of an iffy tower dive coming in from the side of PNX, and it ends up being a 1-for-1. The wave's in a good spot for Jax. Hydra's going to get a couple of plates himself. Killer 9BD is still sitting in base trying to maybe get his last item. He now has wing plates as well. Drake now started up for this side of RPG. I don't think much answer can come out, given that Shy Boy's in the top side of the map. Q2 has to be a bit careful. A dive can come him very soon over there, but Hydra just hammering away, picks up another plate for himself, gets out just in time with the leap strike. In the meantime, in the mid lane, it looks like Nishastic and company are trying to maybe go for a play. They're just trying to maybe get some deep vision. They maybe think the red buff was started by the side of Precognition, but instead it's going to be Ghost Nip who gets wandering. He gets chased down. He has to burn the flash. The sword from the Leona still connects onto him after all that. One more auto, it's enough. They're going to get the kill over to the ultimate from Janna, and now Black Venom even being forced to burn his cleanse just to survive with his own life. And Ghostnip just not having a good game, getting caught out quite a bit. And unfortunately, the support of RPG has died for 7 times in this entire game. But in the meantime, mid lane, look at where the Jarvan is coming. He is going to be falling on from the backside. A nice cataclysm, a nice R from the Malzahar. A bit of an overkill, but Janna still flashes away. The flash forward by Black Venom still catches the kill for himself. Nisastic was trying to save his ADC, but could not. Precognition goes in onto the Leona. Q2 does connect the chains forward. Precognition is going to get out of the life. The flash forward by Q2. Flash match by the Jarvan. He's still alive after all this. Nisastic wants to go back in. I'm not very quite sure about that. The hook from the Nautilus lands, then immediately being forced to flash away, still being chased quite a bit. So many overextensions being done, so many overextensive fights being done, a couple of misplays happening, and oh boy, it's so much controlled chaos happening.
I don't think it's controlled at all. I think it's just chaotic. And you look at the items from Janna as well. I don't think I've ever seen any Caitlyn build like that. No boot whatsoever for him. Is close to completing his Infinity Edge, so I'm not too sure if that's the perfect route to get there. And we do see a huge mid gap, honestly, in this one. Clown Shot doing the work, and Q2 seems like a non-factor so far in this game. The Silas pickup really not working well for him, as it is 11-10, but the 7 deaths that we see from Ghost Nib on the Nautilus, he's not giving a lot of gold away to the enemy team anymore.
The hook lands. The bullet time comes in. The Jax counter strikes just gets away. The ultimate just from the to prevent any more members coming, but I think they were still safe for the side of Phoenix Ascended. Preconditions just around the corner. A flag and drag does miss out to Leona. Nice footwork from him. He's going to get out, being forced to burn the flash to get over onto that side of the ridge. On the bot side, Q2 against Killer Nightbeat. Like you said, the Silas pick just not coming in that clutch. The stolen maiden from Yorick being used by him. The Rift Herald now being started up by RPG, but the Shy Boy is going to be keeping a close eye. Maybe tries to protect his tier 1 topside, but he knows nothing can be done in that case. Clear 9BT doesn't have TP, so does Q2, so they can't join the fight near Rift Herald. They're just going to battle it out in the bot side themselves. And now Hydra close by has TP in pretty much into this with full HP. Shy Boy just trying to get some poke spears as well. It hits Precondition straight into the face. Nisastic going to lock up Ghost Nip from this side. Janna coming into the flank. You don't see a flanking Caitlyn very often, and this fight is getting isolated quite a bit. The Malzahar ultimate gets interrupted by the Cataclysm, and Janna is being left alone. He's just free hitting from that side, from the side of RPG's map, and Black Venom trying to run away, not much can be done. A triple kill picked up by Hydra after all that mess. And now RPG with a bit of the goal deficit, a bit of the fallback in these fights. A 4-0 in favor of PNX.
Yeah, a 4-1 actually for the side of PNX right there. And yeah, as you said, the Caitlyn flanking right there. I'm not too sure why, just turn on to the Caitlyn. She's standing there alone. Clown Shot has the ultimate as well, but they just keep focusing the Leona for some reason. And Caitlyn is able to free hit from distance, proccing the lethal tempo and those headshots. Does so much in this team fight. And the biggest beneficiary of this team fight was Hydra, getting that triple kill for himself, as the bot turret did go down for the side of Q2. The Rift Herald has been picked up as well for the side of PNX, and now it looks like they have some sort of stronghold, some grip onto this game. 15 stacks of Magi on Nidalee. She's going to complete her Storm Surge pretty soon as well, so she's going to be dealing a lot of damage in these team fights. And yeah, just like that, one team fight, and PNX looks like they are feeling quite comfortable now.
And they definitely are quite a bit of comfortable. I think you don't need boots and the Caitlyn if no one's going to chase you at this point. And that's exactly why Janna was so happy. But this Drake is very important. Whoever gets this Drake ends up picking up the feats of strength for themselves, mind you. So this is definitely something that it's 18 minutes into this game too, and no feats of strength have been acquired. All rests on whoever gets this. Here comes as he goes in. Killer 9BT locks him up within his own cage, but Killer 9BT is allowed the bullet time, pretty much only hitting Nisastic, and he doesn't mind taking quite a bit of it. Hydra was locked up in place. Down goes the Leona, down goes the Hydra. Double kill picked up from the Malzahar, and now Malzahar picks up a triple kill now onto Janna, and this is looking like disaster for PNX Gaming. This is where the triple R comp from RPG comes to full fruition, and they take full advantage while they pick up their third Drake. They're going to be on Ocean Soul Point, as well as picking up the feats of strength.
Yeah, the Misastic just goes in way too early. Their ADC is not even on the at that point. And Janna, look at Janna, he does not. I mean, he was not able to fight too much there. The Nautilus ult comes in, the hook comes in, and he ends up dying without dealing a lot of damage. So I think a lot of miscommunication from the side of PNX, as we have the gold lead is banged even right now. The turret will be picked up, so there will be some sort of swing towards the side of RPG. But now they sit very pretty with this soul point, and another dragon. It's going to look like scary hours for the side of PNX, who have just lost that big team fight. I'm not too sure why Nesastic decided to go in alone, and they paid for it in a very close quarter against MF very heavily.
Definitely, and yes, exactly. You're doing that against an MF being there on the backside. Nisastic is the entire bullet time. The Malzahar ult comes in on to members of PNX, and it just was not looking good. Fortunately, Shyboy still has 15 stacks into his Magi's at the end of the day, but after all those fighting, gold pretty even. But RPG are on Soul Point for Ocean Soul, so that is a pretty good. Blackfire Torch completed for the Malzahar. Is going to be looking to do some more burns. Bot side, we can see that tier 2 boots still not acquired for Janna. He has completed his Infinity Edge, has completed his Yuntals, so he is one entire item up onto MF right now. Only has the Bloodthirster, trying to still make the Essence Reaver for herself, so that way Janna is going to be very strong in fights, especially if people don't touch her like it was during the Rift Held exchange earlier on.
Yeah, but that was just a very lucky scenario, I would say, where the whole of RPG decided to shut off. But now we do see some sort of fight happening towards the top side, as Killer is going to get ganged by 3 people and ends up dying. That's going to be another stack for the Nidalee, who sits on 17 stacks on the Magi now. The Stolen Maiden still standing tall, so she's going to survive for a bit. Meanwhile, Hydra pushing this bot side of the map, as the Atakan has been started. Now let's see if RPG decides to contest this. It's still quite healthy. The TP is available for both the laners right there, as Malzahar is going to start channeling his. I'm not sure why Hydra is taking so long to use his teleport. He's going to be very late into this team fight, as Janna has already died. Misastic uses the flash to catch Clown Shot, who might end up dying. The Locket comes in, but I think this is a great team fight for the side of RPG. Hydra has to flash and Q away from trouble, but they still might get caught. Shyboy misses the spear, still should be able to kill the Nautilus right there. There you go, he's going to do exactly that. But this is a team fight won for the side of RPG, as they claim 4 kills for themselves. And the Atakan.
And definitely, and the Atakan and Shyboy is trying to fight from this side, but I don't think much can come of it. Finally kills even over here, but a slight goal lead now for RPG. They have around 2k in their bank comparatively to Phoenix Ascension, and that fight was very not good for Phoenix Ascension. You get locked up, the bullet time comes in, you're never getting the interruption onto Black Venom while he's dishing out all this damage, and after that he ends up picking up his Essence Reaver and a Last Whisper for all his troubles in that fight, and he did fantastic, picks up a huge amount of gold for himself, and now it looks pretty deadly. This is where RPG's comp is coming into fruition, especially in these kind of team fights. Like you said, Hydra came very, very late in the TP there, so that is a point that has to be talked about. Maybe just don't come at the end of the day. If you're going to take so much time, just maybe push and get a tier 2 for yourself. But if you want to come a bit earlier. Like you can't be in two minds about it. You have to make a very appropriate decision at an appropriate time. Q2 steals the ultimate away from the Nautilus right here. Drake coming up in 30 seconds. This is Soul Drake, Ocean Soul Drake for RPG if they can lock this in. They're trying to go into Clown Shot earlier on the bout side. Nishastik is going to lock him up. Q2 is going to be falling over here. Here comes the stolen Nautilus ultimate. That's pretty much a dead Malzahar before anyone can come in, but his ultimate does buy time for his team to follow. The Killer 9BT slow doesn't land, but the ultimate Nautilus goes through Nishastik. Going to lock him up into places. Shaibo is going to try to dish out. The bullet time comes in, and look at the damage that Black Venom is dishing out. Janna is trying to run for himself, putting traps left, right, and center just to make members of RPG not walk up. So now that's a dead support for PNX, for the dead mid laner of RPG, and bullet time is also on cooldown.
Yeah, bullet time on cooldown, still a 1-for-1, but Hydra is nowhere to be seen. Killer as well goes towards the top side. Q2 and Janna actually quite low. And never mind, the headshot is going to connect as Q2 is... I'm not too sure what he's doing this game. This is just such a poor performance from him. Just dashes in and ends up dying. Hydra is here, but Janna is in trouble now. Has jumped onto the Caitlyn. Yeah, I mean, you kill the Nautilus for the 10th time. I don't think it's going to make a lot of difference. As the Ocean Soul has been picked up from the side of RPG, and looks like we are going into game 3.
That's a 4-for-1. Nishastik, what are we doing? Nishastik? Why are we walking into so many members? This is complete mental boom coming in from PNX Ascension right now, because I don't know where Nishastik thinks he was going on a joyride, but that was definitely just straight to the gray screen, and that is a very delayed, pretty much ace with the members, only Nautilus falling down, as you said, for the 10th time, but it doesn't make a difference to RPG. They're going to pick up their soul, they're going to be picking up their Baron, and they look like they're completely in the driver's seat for this fight, because just look at how they're playing. It's so beautiful, and the mistakes that PNX is making is not what we expect from a team of their caliber.
Yeah, and these are just back-to-back mistakes coming out from the side of PNX. Yeah, again, Q2 just not having a good game at all. I would even say he is, a big reason why his team is not winning right now. Remember, they were 3,000 to 4,000 gold ahead at one point, and how that has gone south for them, as RPG are the ones now leading. Hydra is able to clear this wave, but the onslaught is yet to come from the side of RPG, and they just have the simpler comp, and once you have the simple comp, I think it becomes easier for you to pull it out. Black Venom just pressing R in these team fights is able to melt the front line and the back line as well. As Q2 is going to steal that bullet time. Let's see what he can do with it. As Ghost Snip tanks another spear, but this 110 and 16 Nautilus, his score looks bad, but he's doing a lot of work in these team fights, connecting the hook and his ultimate onto multiple targets.
Yeah, he is doing his job. That's exactly right. Well put by Yukaka, because what you want from him, he's doing everything you need. The CC is coming in from him. He's being the front line that he needs to be. At the end of the day, people are barely reaching onto Black Venom in these later team fights, and that's exactly what his job is, deter any members from coming in. You can see Hydra's on the flank from the side, but he has to go mid. But here comes the ultimate from Nishastik. I don't essentially know why that came out. The hook from the Nautilus, he pulls himself forward, but will he end up living? He does survive with the skin of his teeth. The spear not connecting onto him, but Hydra has to go to the top side. He has to prevent Killer 9 even doing it, but the demolition proc is going to come. You end up picking up the turret. You're pretty much going to give your life as well. Who picks up the kill? It's going to be Hydra. Shutdown going over to the Jax. Quite a bit of money in his pocket. He has the war completed. He has the Trinity completed. But item wise, now when it was looking like, Janna was so far ahead, Black Venom now an item up onto that Caitlyn, especially with that last pistol, especially with that armor pen. Does so much more with these bullet times in these fights, and nobody is interrupting them whatsoever, except for that one time the Cataclysm does interrupt from the side, the stolen Cataclysm from the side of Q2, but other than that, nothing else has been stopping the side of RPG in these team fights.
Yeah, 100%, and more than the items as well, right? The sheer lack of anti-healing items coming out from the side of PNX, which are non-existent, as we say, against the Ocean Soul, that is going to hurt them quite a lot, because RPG, I mean, they do have the soul for themselves. They have so many items as well. They are set up very nicely to close out this game. So for now, PNX do need to pick up those anti-healing items, or they are not going to stand a chance in these team fights. And Miss Hastic, I'm pretty sure he saw the Nautilus standing on that ward, but still decided to path like that, and has to burn his flash just to try to get away.
Burns his flash, burns his ultimate as well. Hydra going to be going on to Black Venom. He's going to get chunked down with the R from the Mother comes in. The cleanse flash from Venom to get away to safety. The bullet time rains down. Nishasi going to eat that entirely to the face. Silas being caught on the side. Lies now. Hydra, you have to be careful how you want to position. There are 3 members of PNX with lower than 50% HP, and it is a 4v5, very rarely he puts so. And Jana pretty much obliterated on the spot. Nisastic's going forward, but it's going to be Ghosted taking all the turret shots. He doesn't mind whatsoever while his team is still taking out damage. Precognition picks up a double kill for himself. The TP coming in through the Yorick to the mid side of the lane. He wants to pick up Nexus turrets at the end of the day, and Hydra's recall has been cancelled. The Maiden with Killer 9BD doing their job, doing what they need to do. Hydra, I don't think you want to walk up that much, my man. The counter strike doesn't mean the leap strike gets him away, but this is looking like the end for the side of PNX in game 2. That's going to be RPG equalizing the series 1-1, taking us to the crucial game 3.
I mean, how have PNX lost this one? I'm not sure, man. This was looking good for them in the early game, especially securing the feats of warfare so early on with the invade that had come in from the Shy Boy. But Q2 just not having a good game whatsoever. A very poor performance, and this is what happens. You can't switch off, you can't be cocky, you can't draft like this, honestly. If you're PNX, even though the Shy Boy had a great performance, his impact was pretty minimal in these sort of team fights. And Jana misstepping so many times, even opting for Lord Dominix when he should be going for Mortal Reminder against the Ocean Soul. Yeah, just a very poor game from all of PNX. You can't just single out one member. And huge props to RPG. They stepped up massively in this game too. Killer doing a fantastic job on this Yorick, being a menace towards these side lanes. Black Venom and Precognition, working out their combo as well, and Clown Shot securing the solo kill for himself as well in the mid lane. So great performance from all 5 of these guys. And yeah, we are going into game 3.
We are going to game 3. I think the only one who gets a bit of benefit for the side of PNX will be Shy Boy. He did have a fantastic game on the Nidalee, right? He got his skills they needed to, but the champion is a bit of the problem right there, right? The Nidalee champion. The Zyra would have been so much more better, especially over here. Yeah. But maybe we get to see that in game 3 if it doesn't get banned out against him. Champion-wise, a bit... like we're talking about the draft. The draft itself boils down to the later parts of the game when RPG have that easy put our comp simplicity in it, locking down the targets you need to, protecting Venom, not letting his bullet time get interrupted, doing fantastic with that. And yeah, PNX just pretty much all around not performing. Q2 pretty detrimental. Janna later on gets caught out quite a bit, even after having a pretty good lead for himself. Disastic sometimes was, I think, just autopiloting on the ways he was moving, like he got caught out there, like he got caught out at the Drake pit after most of his team died. I think these things have to be worked on by PNX. But unfortunately, even if they win the next game, can't lock in all those 3 points, right? It's the problem right now. Both these teams have locked in 1 point each. It's about game 3 is just going to decide which team walks away with 2 out of the 3 points at the end of the day. But RPG, pretty good, pretty draft, good things expected from them, and let's see how game 3 goes between the Sri Lankan boys and the Bangladeshi boys.
Yeah, 100%. And RPG, again, huge compliments to them, securing the soul as well very early on. Every time the Shy Boy appeared on the map and was on the wrong side of the map, Precognition, started taking these objectives like it didn't matter. So I think there's a lot of mistakes from the side of PNX. And if that continues, I think they will be losing this series as well today, just based on how that game 2 looked, especially from the side of RPG. And the jungler and bot laner, I think they had a fantastic game for sure. But the draft is such a letdown from the side of PNX, honestly. And already in game 2 Fearless, we can see Q2 struggling when not on his Akali or Echo, and he does not have that available for game 3 as well. As we look at the scoreboard, Soul secured for the side of RPG, 11 turrets to 4. Gold was pretty close. I think it was a pretty close game. Baron picked up for the side of RPG. Void Grubs 1-2 going in favor of PNX, and the Atakan picked up for RPG as well. So a very close game. PNX did have the lead but ended up throwing it. But props to RPG, making the mistakes of PNX count and taking this game for themselves.
Yes, and they made it count completely. This is exactly a kind of repeat of what happened against Poro Patrol for the side of PvP. But let's hold that thought. Let's talk a bit about this man on your screen. Black Venom is going to be your MVP for Game 2 for the side of Report Precog Gaming. 9-2 and 12 did a fantastic job. Way better position compared to Game 1 for him on where he goes. The CS per minute doesn't matter. The damage per minute does. The 1071 damage for him, and the goal that he acquired around 13.5k. But his most important utility was those bullet times in these team fights. He was creating so much areas that the side of Phoenix Ascension can't walk up into. He did excellently before one of the Drake fights in that close quartered fights that Phoenix Ascension were taking, and he completely punished them whenever he needed to, and very well played from the man. Expect great things for him coming in to Game 3.
Yeah, good game from him. Good game from Precognition as well. Gets invaded early on, but still finds his footing onto the game. Ghost snipped as well. His score looked pretty ugly, but he was doing a lot of work in these skirmishes and team fights. So that was a good game too. And we are going to take a short break and come back to see who is going to take this series between PNX and RPG. So stay tuned for Game 3.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, 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 can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, Legends Ascent South Asia. It's me, Madness, alongside Kaka. We are in the midst of week 2, day 2, and we have a banger series going on right now between PNX and RPG.
Yeah, and we are into game 3, as you said, a banger series. Last game could have gone to anyone, but RPG did have the better draft, as we said, right off the champ select. So they do end up winning that one, even though PNX had a lot of advantage in the early game. And game 1 was it was a pretty convincing game coming out from the side of PNX. So we did think that they would be able to secure the 2-0 for themselves. But now both the teams have a point each, and let's see who is going to pick up the 2 points actually in this one, as PNX Ascension does move towards that red side after losing game 2, and RPG is going to pick the blue sides from for themselves.
Exactly what. When Phoenix Ascension won the toss in game 1, they chose red side. When it was RPG's time, they chose red side. So both these teams love picking red side for themselves. Just because PNX lost game 2, they had the choice. They ended up picking up red for them. Now it's up to see what kind of drafts come in. And if Shy Boy's Zyra is not banned, I really want to see it get picked up. Because even against SC2 Esports, he was the factor in Phoenix Ascension where he was doing a lot of damage for them. So hopefully we get to see him play that. But as soon as we talk about that, we're heading right in to game 3's draft over here. The Diana ban coming out. I don't think much changes will be done in the first 3 bans between RPG and Phoenix Ascension. Is still the same of the Diana and the Anivia. The Yone follows as well. Last time they did the Trundle, if I'm not wrong, from the side of RPG, and Phoenix Ascension really just want to ban out champs of Killer 9 BD. Later on, the Mundo is usually their 3rd pick. The Warwick still continues. Until now, no changes. The Trundle comes out as well, and I'm still assuming a Mundo ban coming out from the side of Phoenix Ascension here.
Yeah, there you go. The Mundo comes out as well as banned. The bans have not changed, and we were discussing the Zyra. Should have been picked last game. Let's see if it's going to come around in this one. And if you are Q2, I'm not too sure what he plays now. His champ pool has been pinched quite a lot, as the Jinx is going to come out for the side of Black Venom. I'm a big fan of the Jinx. If you can pair it up with the Lulu later in the draft, I think that's going to be a good starting point for the side of RPG.
Yes, it will be, but we do also have another hypercarry in the form of the Tristana being picked up for Janna over here. Let's see how these two ADCs do, because Black Venom was MVP of last game, Janna was MVP of the first game. So it's been a bit of the battle of ADCs in terms of who takes MVP roster points. But it's also about the comms you draft according to, the ADCs you pick. The Mel gets locked in, I'm assuming, in the hands of Q2, given that his champion pools gets, clinched quite a bit, or it can be going in the support role with Nishastic as well. We have seen a couple of Mel supports, but not of recent. Now going back over to RPG, up for their 2nd and 3rd pick, the Rek'Sai coming out for Precog over here. Talk to me a bit more about Rek'Sai, Kaka, over here.
Yeah, I'm as confused as you are with the Rek'Sai. The Rumble pickup I like, but we haven't seen anyone actually play that. The Rek'Sai, excuse me, the Rek'Sai blind. very strange. We don't see a lot of Rek'Sai players or Rek'Sai being played at all. In this tournament, at least we haven't seen it, as the Zyra is going to get logged in. But Rek'Sai really struggles after the mid game, can't really find her rhythm, but is a good early game champion, a good mid game champion as well. So if they can take advantage of that and just punish the mid laner from the side of PNX, who seems to be not in the best shape today, I think it could work really, really well.
Yeah, like you said, Q2 a bit on shaky ground, especially after game 2. Game 1, Akali was struggling a bit earlier, but later after he got killed, snowballed a bit for himself. But the Silas was done lacking a lot. But now, second phase of banning has entered. The Lulu ban comes out very prioritized because the Jinx has been picked up by RPG. They still continue with their same ban of the Olaf that they did in the first 2 games. Let's see what PNX want to answer back with. They're mostly targeting the mid and support. For the side of RPG, let's see if they think anything else in Cloudshot's arsenal that they want to go against, because I'm still a bit worried about how Q2 is going to perform over here. The Galio ban comes in, so they stick to at least the Galio ban that they have been doing against Cloudshot, and now RPG with the last ban gonna be banning out the Camille against Hydra.
Yeah, I like that ban coming out from the side of RPG. Seeing as PNX does have the counter pick for themselves, they're going to have to show their cards right now. Where the Mel is going. Is she going towards the bot side? Is she going towards the mid lane? Maybe they pick up the top laner as well, as we do think the Rumble is going to top lane. And there you go. The Renekton comes out. Paired up with the Zyra, I think I really like that. Finally, PNX is drafting, sort of easy champs for themselves, where you don't require a lot of cohesion and coordination and pixel perfect mechanics. So I really like that, and it looks like the Cho'Gath might come in. So is that Rumble mid or is that Cho'Gath mid? I'm not too sure. We'll have to see when the game starts. But this should be the support pickup. The Lulu was banned. So let's see if Melio or one of these enchanters can still find their way into this draft.
Yeah, they definitely should be coming in with the Jinx right now. You understand what you are playing against. You have a bit of tankiness already in your teams, and Enchanter support definitely not off the picture. But no, they're going to continue with tankiness. Going to lock in the Alistar for Ghost Nipped in the bot side to be paired up with the Jinx of Black Venom. Now we get to see where this Mel is finally going here with PNX's last decision here, because they have everything laid in front of you. You have entire RPG's draft laid out. What do PNX want to answer back with? They answered the Cho'Gath with the blind Renekton top, because even we are a bit confused which one is going, but it looks like the Irelia gets a locked in for Q2 in the mid lane. That's going to be it's definitely going to be the Mel going in hands of Disastic bot side. He is a guy who has a tendency to play more strong, damage, AP damage heavy champions as supports, and that's exactly what he's done with this Mel pickup for himself. Let's see if it helps out or if it root his Swain did in yesterday's series.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Aurelia is a strong champion right now, unfortunately. Unless it's Hammy Bhai who's playing it, then it can look like a broken champion. But Q2 again picking one of these melee champions for himself, and this is one of those champions where if you're not performing well, you are going to suffer quite a lot. And I'm not a big fan of Aurelia, especially against Rek'Sai, because it makes it so easy for Rek'Sai to gank your lane when you are playing these melee sort of champions. So we'll have to see how PNX Ascension can venture around it. They do have a good damage profile coming in. They do lack some sort of hard engage, so I think that could be a bit troublesome, especially when you're playing against the Jinx. But if the Aurelia can snowball, if the Zyra can snowball, then I think PNX Ascension do have a really good chance of winning this game and the series.
Yeah, definitely do have a good chance of it. It's going to be probably Clownshot piloting that Rumble in the mid lane, Killer 9BD with the Cho'Gath in the top side. So there you guys have it, both your drafts in. Please make sure to cast your votes in the chat about which team you think has won out on the draft. you have a very specific comp from the side of RPG. Protect the Jinx at all costs, basically, from their side. And PNX Ascension have lockdown targets and neutralize them in spots like that. So you're gonna have to play according to your drafts. RPG last time did fantastic. Game 2, PNX Ascension lacking. Q2 still on a bit of shaky ground. So it's gonna be how he performs on a mechanical champion like Irelia, where you have to hit your Qs properly, where you have to get your stuns in with your E's properly. So it's going to be interesting to see. Especially, it's going to be a battle between this Jinx and Tristana later in the game. If Jinx doesn't get the excitements that she needs in fights, it can spell disaster, especially against a comp where your opponent has a Mel support. There's a lot of poke going to be coming in to you when you're in the laning phase. Let's see how that varies for the bot side matchup, because last time Janna and Nishastic did okay earlier on in the lane, but later on that Caitlyn pick just completely fell off, while the MF completely wreaked havoc in later team fights.
Yeah, 100%. As you said, I think we'll have to see how that goes, because in these sort of team fights, Jinx gets the reset and she can just melt because the sort of range that comes out of from the side of PNX. So PNX, I am not too sure about the bot lane matchup as well, especially for Mel, as you can't really deflect too much. Except for the zap that comes out of the Jinx, and later on when she turns level 6, of course you can deflect the super mega death rocket, but except for that, the Alistair can have a really good time, connecting his headbutt polarize onto the enemy champions. Tristana, of course, if you are fast enough, if you are experienced enough, can channel the jump, but Mel will not have a lot of protection for herself, and she can't really get out if the Alistair decides to go on her, and the charm can follow as well. So I think Nishastic will have to play a bit careful towards the bot side of the map, at least in the early levels.
Definitely we'll have to be playing more of the poke style that he is, while keeping his distance for himself, not getting caught out. I like the roams that were coming in game 2 from him, but let's see how he does on the Mel for roaming timers, because that will get a bit iffy. Later on, team fights have to be much more coordinated for the side of PNX, because they're getting caught out a bit when fights are getting isolated, not going for the right prioritization of targets. The ADC from the side of RPG barely getting touched, and that's something that can just never essentially happen over here. It's to see how Janna also builds, because Janna's path on the Caitlyn was a bit on the weird variety, with him having pretty much all the components of Yuntals as well as a pickaxe before he ends up picking his Yuntals. He makes his Infinity before he makes his boot, so it's very interesting when you have someone who gets a bit more creative when they go on, maybe for the better or for the worse, but it does change up a bit or spiciness of the game when you move forward over here. But more importantly, Shy Boy on the Zyra performed phenomenally yesterday against Esports. Only bright spot for the side of PNX Ascension. Let's see how well he performs today. And we really wanted to see this pick right in game 2. Maybe that could have helped them out so much more than the Nidalee, right? But unfortunately, it's going to take all the way till the game 3 for PNX to realize that they have to pull out all cards even in game 2.
Yeah, 100%. I think I would have loved to see that champion come in game 2. I think that was a better game for her, but I don't mind it. I think Zyra is still a strong champion in the hands of Shy Boy, who looks very comfortable. Can play around it, and as you rightly said, Janna should not just experiment with these item builds now. I mean, did delay his power spike in game 2 as well. I think you can contribute that as well to why PNX did not really have a really great mid game in game 2. So I think that they need to step it up in terms of itemization, in terms of how they are playing as well, if they are to win this series, because RPG looked really strong in game 2, and I do think they have a really good chance in this game 3 as well, especially with what they have drafted.
Yes, definitely. It is the ultimate game in this best of series between these two teams. Both teams have locked up 1 point each. It's about game 3, about who gets that crucial 2 points when they walk away from the matchup over here. Unfortunately, PNX can't lock in the 3 points like they hoped coming into this day, but can still walk away with 2 points to their name like they did against Poro Patrol. Also at this time, guys, another reminder, please make sure to follow all our social media. The links are in the description box below. Make sure to hit that up. Make sure to join the Discord LOL INSA channel. server, sorry, and there are a lot of events coming up. We just had Rift Rivals, basically bidding wars, and now we're going to have bidding wars for ARAM, which will be called Weekend Skirmish. So make sure you want to hop in for those kind of events as well. But without any further ado, guys, we're going to head into the best of 3 series between RPG and PNX Ascension. This is game 3. RPG is on the blue side, PNX on the red side, and interestingly, nothing much happening. Not much more interesting. That's just pretty much how these guys like to roll and rumble. But Cyrus clear is going to be way more faster than the Rek'Sai, so that's something to keep in mind for early level ganks.
Yeah, 100%. And but Rek'Sai can be very creative with her tunnels as well. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that as well. I would really like to see Precognition getting Clown Shot ahead in the mid lane. The Rumble and Rek'Sai can do a lot of damage together. And since Irelia is a melee champion, she's gonna have to overextend to farm up these minions. So I think that's a great strategy for the side of RPG if they want to explore it. Meanwhile, we do see Nasastic and Janna securing the brush for themselves towards the bot side of the map. So maybe they can look to chunk down the opposition by quite a bit here.
And that's exactly what they look like, especially the position. But the side of Black Venom and Ghost Knight are keeping their distance, are going to be more sound of it. Nice pushing of the minion to that side in the lane, but Ghost Knight is going to completely just face this. Janna's locked up in place. Janna takes quite a bit of beating over it, especially compared to the others. The Black Venom virtually left untouched, and what looked like the side of PNX getting a bit of the HP advantage in trades early on. It's going to be RPG converting for themselves. Q2 very aggressive onto Clemson. That's exactly how he used to be. He has to get his mojo back after that disastrous game 2 from his side. But both junglers starting in the bot side of the map, pathing towards the top. Ghost Snip takes another explosive charge to his face. The stun from Nisase going to miss out. The Q still lands. And Nisase's come with Dark Harvest. So over time, going to deal way more adaptive damage if he keeps on stacking it up. Gas Snap, flash in, knock up on both members. Nisase being forced to flash away. Double stun locked in. Janna W's for. This is pretty much a dead cow. That's early beef for the side of Janna. A first of blood for the side of Phoenix Ascension. And a bit of an overstay or misstep from the support of RPG.
Yeah, Ghost Snip thinking he would have enough damage to finish off this kill. That was definitely an overstep. Being half health himself does burn the flash of Nisastic and the heal as well, but it's not enough. And ends up paying for it with his own life. Janna secures the first blood. Precognition is here though, and he's going to secure the kill onto Nisastic, who was quite pushed up without flash right there. So a 1-for-1 now. But yeah, advantage I think still towards the side of PNX.
And because of that gank, Rek'Sai is going to be missing out on his blue buff. Zyra's already over the points, pointing out that he will be there first. So Rek'Sai is going to be a bit down in camps, but you have given gold over to Black Venom. He's going to be happy. But that's only because PNX just overextended a bit, overstayed their welcome, essentially. Janna clears up the blue buff, gets away. He's going to pick up the Scuttle. Instead, Precognition here is going to be picking up the water side Scuttle. Disastic, you're in a bit of a tough place. Could have maybe been punished, but no. Alistar not going to walk up too much. He thinks he's already created too many mistakes right now. But in terms of kill, 1-1. Slight goal favorite for the side of PNX. Precognition is going to come into Q2. Shy Boy is close by. That's going to be enough to deter the duo of RPG of the mid and jungle to run away. Killer 9BD not having a good time yet again against Hydra. This is just reminding me of the Mocker. The flash forward, the Q from the Renekton going to kill the Cho'Gath. That's another kill. It's another solo bolo added to the solo bolos that Hydra's already picked up against Killer 9BD.
Yes, and the worst part about that is Killer had just TP towards that top side of the map, and as soon as he lands, he ends up dying to Hydra. And now he's going to miss out on such a big wave of minions you can already see on the map. This is, I would say, quite a disaster for the side of Killer, but a big mistake coming out from him. And Hydra finally showing up in this game 3 and in this series that he is the better top laner between the two. Meanwhile, another trade coming in for Hydra right there. I think he's just destroying Killer in this matchup right now. Nisastic roaming towards the mid side of the map. will not be able to pick up anything right here as Precognition is here, has the flash, but he's not in range to find the Mel. The stun misses from Q2 and he's going to end up dying as well. Post-snap is here. Let's see if Nesastic can survive this. He does, but that stun miss was quite essential there as Hydra might look to kill Killer again here. Barely Killer surviving on one HP right there.
He just pretty much survives. Nisastic gets out of his life, but Q2 ends up paying for the sins of his support. Janna wants to get some poke damage against this cow. Cow having not a bit good start to the game. Hydra going to take a couple of platings for him. This is going to be the third back that Killer 9BD has done. And now Hydra going for a bit of proxy of his own. The TP coming in for the Rumble in the mid side has the Haunting guys as well. Mid side CS Q2 quite a bit up over here. Shy Boy is close by and Killer 9BD might get caught out yet again. Does have the flash. He's probably going to have to burn it. That's exactly what he's going to do. He flashes and gets out. The ultimate from Q2 lands onto Clown Shot. Now he's in a bit of world trouble. There's no one who can protect him, but Rek'Sai is close by. Rek'Sai is going to give up on the Drake. Going to come over here to protect his mid laner from the assault that Irelia is dishing out her. Killer 9BD, you are walking into a very bad... Killer 9BD, what are you doing, my man? Oh my god, that was a bit of a brain fart from the side of RPG's top laner over there. But Hydra still showing that his prowess, showing his good. In the meantime, the Drake has been started up. It's going to be low half HP. Nice jump from Janna to safety. The cow locked up in place. He's still only level 3. He's going to get punished. Clown Shot and Co have to back away. RPG cannot contest anymore, especially since the juggle has gone. But the steal with the super mega death rocket from Black Venom pretty much is what RPG needed over there. That is their condolence. They get back with the Drake. The flash getting burned from Janna over there, but an excellent timing coming in from the ADC of RPG.
Yeah, definitely. I think this game is everywhere. You think PNX is doing really good and then they end up losing the dragon. But the real disaster is towards the top side of the map. Hydra just securing that solo kill once again, as you had rightly shouted, I would say, what Killer BD was trying to do there, and he just ends up dying. Look at this team fight here. The Alistair goes down to Nishastic. But as you said, the dragon was stolen with the super mega death rocket coming out from Venom right there. And still PNX do have a big goal lead for themselves, considering how early it is in this game. As Black Venom does not have any mana actually right here, so he is gonna trade some blows. Grubs have spawned. I think this should comfortably be PNX's should they decide to pick it up, as Hydra looks for another trade. Clown Shot definitely is going to end up dying here. Q2 is able to pick that up for himself. The Shy Boy with really nice pathing, securing that kill for his team.
He secures the kill. Killer 9BD, this is pretty much a rinse and repeat at this point. The Renekton's just gonna kill him again. It's a killing spree for Hydra after the third solo bolo, but after the kill in the mid lane, a prio mid, prio top, easy grubs for the side of PNX. And I think they took game 2 quite too hard given the performance that they're putting in right now. The Super Red Death Rocket flying past the Tristana on the side, unfortunately not connecting with the target, could have maybe resulted in a kill, but a BF sword picked up for Venom on his back. Now Janna will get his own recall, pick up his own BF sword. So now at least traditional build pattern path for the ADC of PNX, and I think PNX have come out of the door swinging.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra is doing to Killer BD what RTO did to Hydra yesterday. Securing these back-to-back solo kills for himself, and again looking for more right here. Should be able to get one more. Honestly, Killer BD does not have flash available, and the Fury is quite stacked up for Hydra. Should he decide to flash WQ the Cho'Gath, he will end up dying, but respects that the pings are coming in. They do have the information that Precognition is towards that top side of the map, so he's going to decide to not go up so aggressive right now.
He definitely won't be, but Shy Boy might be a rinse repeat on Clown Shot. Clown Shot, good pathing, gets away, dodges everything except the ultimate from Q2. That locks him up in place. Shy Boy pops his ultimate. Shy Boy going to play the kill on to Clown Shot. But those pretty fancy feet coming out, but for all to know, there's just too many spells and abilities that the side of Zyra and Irelia can do to neutralize. It's going to be Clown Shot dying for the second time to the gang of the Shy Boy in the mid lane. One kill picked up from Rayleigh for the first time, second one picked up by the Shy Boy. Now Q2 has to get out, getting knocked up by Precognition, training a lot of fights. He's going down very low. The W pop, the flash pop by him. Shy Boy is close by. The ultimate from Rek'Sai claims the kill. Hydra on the top side claims the kill on to the side of Killer 9BD, but unfortunately that's a trade kill. Killer 9BD, the turret, does his work, picks up the kill onto the Relic, and finally a bit of reprise, a big shutdown goal going over to the side of the top lane. A buster shot from Janna saves him from what looked like certain death against Blackman. Blackman still has his super mega death rocket. If he hits a couple more autos and locks that in, that could be disastrous. But here's Nishasek. He's from the side. The choppers come out. Nishasek has to think about better. Aster just comes in with the headbutt, pulverize, and gets away. Nothing else falls of it. But top side, it's still looking pretty bad. Still looking very bad for the captain of RPG.
Yeah, 100%. I think it looks very bad for him right now as Q2 is going to connect his stun finally. Gets a really nice trade onto Clown Shot, who will have to go back and reset, or he might end up dying here, as it looks like Hydra might start proxying these waves now. Never mind. Just blowing up the plant right there to see what everyone is doing. And look at Precognition. He's standing at the Raptor camp right there, checking if Q2 wants to be aggressive. Both the junglers are towards this bot side of the map, as PNX do have a 4,000 gold lead for themselves. And the dragon is spawning and they are quite ready for this one.
Yeah, and Precognition just clearing a bit of plants from that side. Shy Boy just being a bit of a menace on the side lane. Killer 9BD, a lot of damage taken, just not given from his side, because the Cho'Gath still in a pretty weak state, building that Heartsteel, hasn't got the stacks. The roots come in from the Shy Boy, but he might get caught up. The Chompers are there as well. Venom gets out of the ultimate very rightfully, so he does have his own super mega death rocket, but he doesn't have the mana for it. There's a reset for Janna. He's going to jump onto the cow on the backside. He's going to pick up the kill. He's going to get yet another reset. Jumps away from Precognition. I think they can even finish off this kill if they want to, but the tunnel saves the life of the Rek'Sai. He gets away, but unfortunately pretty disaster. That's a 2-for-1 in favor of Phoenix Ascension. Hydra's already at tier 2 at 13 minutes.
Yeah, Hydra just smashing Killer in this matchup. Almost double his CS already. 4 solo kills actually add to that. Just having a really great game, as Nesastic going to miss out on the roots. I think that could have been a kill. Clown Shot has to burn his flash right there to survive. Another attack coming in from the side of Q2, who did have his passive stack. As we look for resets right now, the Cho'Gath is in the mid lane as well. So Cho'Gath feels kind of homeless right now as he jumps onto Hydra's lap right there. The Rupture is going to connect. The Slice and Dice is still there for Hydra. There you go. Comes in, has full fury, going to take out half of this Cho'Gath's HP and just go back. Alright, meanwhile in the mid lane, Q2 still looking quite strong. Misses the stun once again. I think he needs to start connecting these, but Clown Shot taking a lot of damage as we see the Shy Boy is hovering towards that bot side, anticipating the enemy jungler's moves. But Precognition had just reset. Still 2-0-2. He's having a good game. Has the Stride Breaker completed on the Rek'Sai, as Hydra fishing and checking if he can find something towards the mid lane, but they are only going to pick up the turret. The dragon has spawned, Ghost Snipped, looking if he can start the fight. There you go, he does. Precognition comes in, but not enough damage from the Rek'Sai. Might end up going down. The Zyra ult comes in, the Rumble ult completely whiffs. Ghost Snip is going to die as well. The Janna already died early on. That's going to be a 3-for-0 for the side of PNX as they turn their sights onto this Hextech Dragon.
That's gonna be a Drake picked up. That fight was a bit messy in terms of who was fighting where, so it was very hard for RPG to maintain. The Jinx doesn't get any excitement. She's never going to be that much more useful, especially at this point, only with just the Yuntal. Killer 9BD and Hydra battling out Precog on this side. He really maybe wants to come in to help his top laner, but instead he's just farming. Now he tunnels in on this side. Now they want to catch on to the big crocodile. He still has his ultimate to pop. That's exactly what he does. The Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't even tickle the Rek'Sai at this point. Sorry, doesn't tickle the Renekton at this point, and he's gonna just walk away with the kill onto the jungler of RPG for all the troubles that RPG did set up to try to get the kill onto the crocodile. So unfortunately, Hydra is just too much of a beast right now. Janna's gonna pick up a turret for himself in the bot side, and PNX have blown this game pretty wide open. 14 kills to 5 for them. 9k gold in lead. It is a very disastrous situation, especially if you're not hitting your ultimates. That clown shot ultimate, the rumble ultimate in the last fight, completely whiffed, like you said, Kaka, and was not at all useful. Precognition was just thrown to the side, brother. The buster shot of Janna in that, so it's just very hard for him to do anything. They really want the tier 2. Nisase is going to walk up as well, going to try to go for more autos. I think they can pick it up. Killer 9BT has to be careful about it. He's trying to get the wave instead. A very smart move from him. Clown shot's close by. He doesn't have his ultimate. It's on cooldown. Hydra has to go away. Precognition wants to go in. The reflect used by the Mel. I think they're just going to sacrifice the Mel and get away. The ultimate from Shy Boy a bit too late to save his supports alive.
Yeah, just a little bit greed coming out from the side of Hydra there, hoping to take out that tier 2 turret, but the cavalry arrives for the side of RPG as they turn their sights onto the Rift Herald right there. The TP is going to get burned out from the side of Killer as he goes to protect his T2, but look at that double TP coming in now from the side of PNX. They want to fight for this Rift Herald. They want to punish RPG for making that mistake. Janna already securing the first kill of this team fight. Now Ghost Nip is under the target. He's going to go down as well. Hydra picks a double kill for himself. The Rift Herald will be picked up by PNX as well. So that's a 4-0. And it was just not a great call first by Killer to TP towards the bot side of the map, and then by the other squad from the RPG to start this Rift Herald at all.
Yeah, I don't know why he's TPing. Just walk up there, maybe just TP into the fight. But no, you've left your Jinx all alone. She ends up going down to the TP that was coming in from Q2. You pick up the kill, and after that, it's just pretty much clean up crew for the side of Phoenix Ascension. They're doing a fantastic job. You can already see Tristana working his way up. I don't know. He's again in a bit of two minds, this Tristana, because he's bought a BF sword, a pickaxe, and 2 daggers after that. So again, Janna just doing Janna things for himself at this point, and he's so far ahead. I don't think it makes a difference. He's made a zeal with that PS sword and that pickaxe, so he's already making 2 items at the same time. Unfortunately, the Jinx only has a pickaxe after the Yuntals for herself, so it is a bit of a problem. And I think the major problem for RPG will be that top side. The Cho'Gath is not at all fed, is not at all going to be useful in fights as of yet. Only has 77 stacks on the hard steel. And, you know, Hydra's a big boy. 7-1-1. Very good. Now, maybe Killer 9BD's problems are not going to be stopping over here. The stun does connect. Is there enough damage to lock him up in place? It might be so. Q2, I don't think you want any more, because here comes Ghost Nip. Here comes Precognition. Very smartly, the members of PNX are just not going to engage too much. Underneath that, Precognition dives pretty deep into a place where he did not have vision. He ends up dying for his troubles over there. That's going to be Shy going to pick up the kill. That's going to be Jinx locked up in place. Black Venom positioning not at all optimal. That's going to be another cow going down. This is 6th time, unfortunately, Ghost Nip has died this game at the 19-minute mark, and it's not over. Killer 9BD having to flash away. Janna goes in for one more auto before the buster shot would have secured the kill, but unfortunately, you can just barely see Killer 9BD's HP bar while he scuttles away towards his own base just to, just survive. But PNX not letting RPG breathe whatsoever at any point during this game.
Yeah, if Janna had a completed item instead of so many components, he would be able to secure that kill. But as you said, RPG not getting any breathing space at all in this game. PNX comfortably 14,000 gold ahead. The dragon is going to spawn as well. They can pick that up whenever they want. Honestly, they can just end the game whenever they want now. They are so far ahead. 2 items completed on most of these champions, except for the Tristana. But uh, yeah, I mean this is what we expected right off from game one, as the Rek'Sai is actually going to steal that red buff with his Q. Clown shot might end up dying here. Has the flash. Let's see if he can use it. Never mind, he's not able to. Jana getting a trade onto Black Venom as well, drops him to half HP, and Hydra going to do the same to the poor Cho'Gath as Precognition is caught. Q2 goes on a rampage on the Irelia as well. And yeah, this is the beginning of the end, I want to say, but I think that has been going on for the last 5-6 minutes, where all the 3 lanes are shoving now. I think we are looking at the end of the game pretty soon.
Yeah, it's looking like PNX going to try and take the series to one at this point. RPG just grouped up in their own base. They still can't defend pretty much anything. This Shogun has been punished quite a bit. Janna has to be a bit careful of his positioning. The Rumble ult does land on, but the jump away from Tristana saves his life. Hydra is too tanky. You can't do much to him. The cow getting chunked down in his own ultimate. That's going to be a kill picked up. Precognition is going on the back line, but it gets instantly buster shotted away. Janna's going to be chasing that kill, and as he comes in this side, it's going to be Q2 picking up the kill even on the flash Rex side. And now Cho'Gath being whittled away. He ends up going out to high. It's a rampage for Haya. 3 members of RPG have fallen in quick succession. PNX still 5-man strong. Janna going pretty low. He has to be careful. Has to pop the barrier to survive. They really want to end it, but they have a lot of low HP bars. Once Ghostif comes back, this might be something. Clown shot. He flashed forward to his own certain death when he thought he could maybe pick up a kill, and this could be the avenue that PNX needs just to end the game at a very faster pace. Black Venom being chased into his own base. Ghost Snip still coming up. He at least pushes Q2 into the fountain, gets that kill, but Janna is ending the game very surely, but surely. On this side, he jumps away, he flashes away, he gets the last, and he gets that plus 50 gold for himself, and that's going to be PNX taking down this series 2-1 against RPG.
Yeah, finally PNX finds some sort of form coming into game 3, as this was a very skirmish heavy game, but PNX just came out on top in all of these avenues, and not to mention Hydra having a beast of a performance, securing 4 solo kills for himself towards the top side of the map, and that's all she wrote for the side of RPG, who are now 0-2 in terms of series score, and PNX securing 2 points for themselves. Should have actually aimed for all 3, but I think they will be satisfied with the 2 that they have gotten. They had to work really hard for it. But yeah, a good series goes to all 3 games. It was a lot of fun to watch this one. Going forward, I think PNX should be, practicing more, I would say, and this was still a below par series for them by their own high standards.
It definitely was. And I think they're going to be, kicking themselves a bit because of losing that game to Rank. That gives up so much for their side, and unfortunately, it did not look even pretty even in game 3. It was pretty much almost how game 1 was looking a bit. Other than that, I think we can't be talking too much about how these players want to perform, because they know what they need to do, but they just aren't performing at that margin that they're known as that the third team that qualified into this tournament, technically the third seed going into Legends Ascend, and unfortunately they're just not doing what they need to do, especially against teams like RPG, against Poro Patrol. You need to secure maybe 3 points for yourself, not drop that game, but unfortunately after 3 games, now they've only got 4 points out of that 9, and I think that's a huge factor heading into later on in this tournament.
I mean, technically they still have won 2 out of 3 series that they have played, and only losing out to SATUL. I think that's going to stand true for most of these teams, if not all of them. But it's just the fashion in which they have won the other 2, right? 2-1s, and every game that you drop, you lose a point. And so 4 points out of a possible 9, of course, is not a great start, but I really hope they'll be hoping to pick it up now after destroying RPG in that game 3. I think Phoenix Ascension should uh, perform better, and I think they will look better in the upcoming series.
Yeah, I think so too. I think maybe if Phoenix Ascension goes back and thinks a bit more about their draft, because Game 2 draft, like we said, from the draft itself looked like a lost cause, and it's not a draft that we usually expect out of a team like Phoenix Ascension, because they're way more team oriented in terms of drafting, not just comfort picks. But yeah, they can't make these kind of silly mistakes heading into further on in the tournament. They have to deal with much stronger teams and teams of higher caliber. That's when it gets serious. That's when the points lock in. Unfortunately for RPG, even though they lost the series, because of game 2, when they pick that one up, they end up picking 1 point. So at least now, next to their names in the leaderboard, they have that 1 point, a bit of solace for themselves. But I think they will also work well. I think they look at game 2 as something of how they want to draft, especially moving forward. And I think you have to rein in some of these picks from Killer 9BD, because it's 2 times that now that he was getting a bit dipped at the top side, and maybe think about picks that more suit the team, that you can actually scale to that point and you still survive lane at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, at least RPG is on the board now, but top was a mismatch except for that game 2 where the Yorick did come out versus the Jax. I think both other matchups did not look good at all for the side of Killer, so he needs to look at his champion pool and see what he can pull out next time around, and hopefully it's not the blind pick Maokai that came out in game 1. So a lot of work for the side of RPG. Realistically, I don't think that's a team that can qualify for the top 4. They should be playing for experience right here, and just getting the ammunition that they need maybe for the next tournament. But for now, they did perform well in that second game, and that should be their building point, their starting point as well. Something like that that can upset a lot of these teams.
And I think that's the best part about how this tournament is formatted, at least league stage wise, that we have gaps in between in the weeks where you can just work on, and you can work on your VODs, or work on the things that you're lacking. Maybe just keep on improving weekend after weekend and get to a place where like you said, for experience, for the way that you're going to be playing against these teams in the future as well. Like, this is not just the last tournament for you, so you have to think about the overall grand scheme of things when you head into it, because you are facing a tough team. You did get a game off of them, and that is something that you always have to cherish, especially in these tough times for yourself. But hopefully the boys from Bangladesh pull off better things in the coming up more days that we have. Remind you guys, this is just week 2, day 2. We have so much more League of Legends action coming your way all the way to mid-July, before the playoffs even kick off. So you're going to see a lot of these teams clashing again, time and time again. But yeah, Phoenix Ascension not getting the points exactly that they wanted from the beginning of the tournament now really have to buck up, really have to put their nose to the grindstone and get up in the leaderboard, because we honestly see them as a top 4 contender team, and we really want to see them perform at that level and not have these kind of lacking judgments going into your best of 3 series.
Yeah, 100%. I think PNX will be competing with the Suo haters for that last spot, I'm pretty sure. I think the top 3 spots should be secured by SATUL, Kakao. I think that's a given, right? These teams will be finishing in the top 2, if not top 3, and Revenants as well, who are going to play in the next series. So I can't wait to watch them as well. I think that's a really solid team as well. And yeah, PNX needs to step up, but they did their job today. They got the points that they needed. 2 out of 3 in the circumstances, I think still looks good. But yeah, we expect more from them, and I'm pretty sure we will see more from them coming in the later series that are yet to come. And for RPG, I think just keep on doing what they are doing, keep up the good work.
Yeah, definitely. They have been improving as a team, especially throughout the entire qualifiers, securing that last spot in qualifier 3. I just see this team just continue going upwards, and that's the trajectory that they want to actually achieve. And they're going to be working on maybe a bit of comms going into these fights, how you want to go for them, a bit more awareness of macro, a bit these slight mistakes of just not walking up to turrets, going into fights where you don't need to be. And maybe we see a completely different side from the Bangladeshi boys the next time we see them playing once they head into there. But other than that, just positive notes coming out from it. We're just seeing a lot of exciting action, especially if new and upcoming faces can take a game away from a side like Phoenix Ascension, a side that's been together for quite some time. That is also, brownie points for them, and something that they should also be thinking about moving forward. But that is it, at least between this game, between these guys. It was a reminder for the guys who missed out. 2-1 in favor of Phoenix Ascension against RPG, and we did have a pretty good series, right? I think second game was the most highly contested one, where it was looking a bit lopsided, at least until the end part of the games, where RPG was repeatedly winning on the fights. And I think that is something they have to focus on, these team fight scenarios, the laning scenarios, because laning wise it did not look pretty good, especially mid and top right now for them.
Yeah, 100%. The top lane was a disaster. I think the mid lane still, Clownshot did what he could. The third game was a bit of a letdown as we go into the graphic now. Looking at the scoreboard right here, almost 18,000 gold lead for the side of PNX, 11 turrets to 0. This was just a whitewash. We can see all the zeros coming out, except for that one Chemtech Dragon that was picked up early on by the side of RPG. There was really no contest coming in from them. Every time they started the objective, they ended up giving away a lot of kills. The Rift Herald comes to mind when it was a 4-0, and the Cho'Gath killer on that champion TP towards the bot side of the map, and somehow his team still decided to fight for that. So yeah, very quick third game. Did not expect that, honestly, based on how the games 1 and 2 had gone. As we look at the MVP Hydra, 8-1 and 5 on that Renekton, over 1,000 damage done per minute, 8.6 CS, 12,000 gold for him, and securing 4 solo kills towards that top side of the map, just opening up the game for his team. It has been a long time due for the side of Hydra. Usually he is the best player in this team, and today, at least in game 3, he showed up.
And he did what exactly RTO pretty much did against him, right? The domination that he did in the top side against Killer 9BD. But unfortunately, that is how the stats look. Hydra is going to be your overall MVP for the series. 19, 8, and 14 KDA. The Black Venom going to be the one from the side of Report Precog Gaming. That is 12, 10, and 16. He had a pretty good showing on the MF. He didn't get the time to catch up to a power spike on the Jigs, and his team was pretty far behind. There's not going to be much peel for him later on, so not much can be faulted in him for how game 3 went. He did get an excellent steal with a Jinx rocket. Let's not forget that. That was a plus point for him in game 3. So maybe look to see these kind of things in the future for them, because this is how it is. But taking a closer look at the points table, you can see the change that has happened right now is that RPG has moved in to 7th place, with, even though they have 2 losses, because this went all the way to a game 3, they pick up that 1 point for themselves. And Phoenix Ascension have gone to the 2nd place, but albeit after playing 3 games. So the 4 points out of 3 games won't matter much until we see how Cacao and Revenants do, especially Revenants playing later today. Let's see how they do in their relative 3rd games, as well as Poro Patrol only with that 1 point. They'll be looking to increase their points in this table moving forward.
Yeah, and finally the league table is taking shape. I think we expect SATUL to stay on top. Suo Haters securing that 2nd place for themselves, and PNX finally moving up to the 3rd one. But guys, that was it from me for the first series of the game, as Madness and Ishan will take you through the next series that's about to come, as we are going into a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be Madness and Ishan taking you guys
Guys, we are back with League of Legends and South Asia. It's me, Madness, alongside Singla today with the second BO3. We already had one BO3 today. It was between Phoenix Ascension and Report Precog Gaming. In that, Phoenix Ascension took game 1, RPG took game 2, and Phoenix Ascension took that game 3 for the total of 2 points. So RPG were left just scrambling for that 1 point for themselves. At least got their names and points, opened the brackets in the leaderboard at the end of the day. But today's matchup will be interesting. It decides a lot about the placements in the leaderboard as well, because you have teams that will be placing who are playing their third game. Some teams are going to be playing your second game, so that also depends on how the point systems will align later. And it's pretty interesting going on. Any thoughts, Sigla? Did you catch the last game? Any thoughts on that?
I think the last games today were very, very exciting. Yeah, especially the second game, the way the teams came back, what the game went to the third game, and in the third game, the Phoenix Ascension was just able to show the gap that there was there in the skill and was able to easily secure the game very fast, keeping their position in the top 4. But I think it's a very interesting game that is coming now. Poro versus Revenants, right? Revenants is going to play their second game. Very important game for them to stay in the fight, to secure the position in top 4, and so is it for Poro. I think the toss has already been done between both the teams. Poro has won the toss and have taken the blue side.
Yes, Poro won, took the blue side. Revenants, third game, 1 win, 1 loss currently in their series, and 3 points only to their name. But we head into the draft of Poro Patrol and Revenants game 1, and you can already see Jazz's bot will be playing mid instead of the support. Terex will be playing the support lane instead. We have AK-45 coming in as a substitute for Team Revenants, coming in playing the mid side for them. Kane is the first ban that Poro Patrol do, especially against ASCENSION, who loves to play this. Definitely something you have to watch out for. The Corki ban, a bit suspicious, because we don't see that much Corki now mid lane, especially in game 1 of a best of 3 series in Fearless Draft. Maybe see it in later parts, but that's up to how they want. They want to also ban out the Viego against ASCENSION, so they target him quite a bit over here, Singla.
Yeah, I think the next ban is something that we all know should be Tristana from Poro's side, right? Because I think Asian is very comfortable when it comes on Kane. He's very comfortable when he comes in Viego, and we have seen what he can do with those picks. So I think those bans are something very expected. And to leave Tristana open right now, Tristana being a strong champion and in Potato's hand, is not something that the team is gonna look. They're gonna either pick or ban it. Oh, it's gonna be the smolder that is being taken away.
They're more worried about his smolder than his Tristana, and that speaks a lot about how Potato Monster's pool is. So we probably expect to see a Tristana, but I think Invoker also loves playing the champion, so they might even just first pick it for themselves and take that out of the complete draft later on in later stages in this best of 3. So maybe that's their ideology coming into it. But Revenants, with their last ban, take down the clock. And it's going to be the Tristana ban, because exactly that was what's going in their mind. They know that Invoker is capable on this champion as well, so they thought he would first pick it for himself, but no. Now the plan's out the window. They ban the Tristana away from it. It's up to Poro Patrol for their first pick. And I think after that wrench that Revenants threw in their plans, they have to rethink a bit about how they want to go about this draft page. It's going to be the Caitlyn getting first pick. Not the best champion to first pick, at least ADC wise, with so many options open, but that's what they feel comfortable. I think another reason they're doing this is because Potato, once his Smolder and Tristana are available, he ends up picking up the Caitlyn or the Kai'Sa for himself. So they want to just take the Caitlyn away. The Draven coming out, I don't think that's getting locked in. The Teemo, however, I don't think that's getting locked in either. I think they're just teasing us quite a bit. The Savior definitely can be locked in, and that's exactly what happens for Revenants.
Yeah, I mean, Sever is a top tier pick right now, and it is a very good counter in the Caitlyn. So I think it's a very smart pick that has been done from Revenant's side, but I'm still interested how Potato is going to play that champion. I haven't seen him play enough off Sever, but yeah, it's totally a meta champion right now. And it's a blind pick, Mordekaiser for Churn ready here.
Definitely something that will happen. I don't mind him picking up the Mord, because Churn will do good on it. I think Well, Revenants are a bit confident given that who their opponents are. They think of themselves as a top tier 3 team, and that's how they want to play it out. But yeah, like you said, Blind Mort gets locked in for Churn ready in the top side. The Jarvan answer back from Porpotter, always one of the best junglers. And the Jarvan, Ninja, anything that you can get aggressive earlier on, especially in a region like South Asia where we like to be aggressive in trades, in lanes, way more earlier on than usually in a traditional League of Legends map. Now for the third pick, Poro Patrol are ticking down the clock. It's probably going to be a support pickup for them, but no, it's going to be a hover of the Trundle. Instantly turned in to the Cho'Gath getting locked in. We just saw Cho'Gath getting in the last series. It didn't go so well. Hopefully, Venom can do a better job.
Yeah, I mean, the last game that we saw the Cho'Gath, I really hope is not something that happens with Poro right now, right? I mean, Charan has shown a lot of confidence, blind picking that Mordekaiser, and then I mean, it's a counter pick from the Poro side, and Lilia gets locked in. I think that's the third champion, which is one of the ASEAN's favorite, and into a very melee comp, Lilia can do great with her running around in the middle and putting the whole team into sleep. Gives so much more advantage to the team and so much more mobility to the team to do so much. But I think now we're gonna see some supports being banned here.
Yeah, probably some supports getting banned out from their side. It's going to be the Lux getting banned. Interesting that Bob did it because Bob loves playing it, but makes sense when you see a Caitlyn on the opposite end. Probably a Morgan as their second ban as well will be following suit. Poor Patrol now have to maybe ban on some AD mid laners because that's what's up to Revenants because they already have a pretty AP heavy comp for themselves. Let's see what Poro Patrol have in store for us in their terms of playing, how much they have been thinking about it. Poro Patrol, a team primarily from Bangladesh, Revenants primarily from the side of India. The Vladimir gets banned out against AK-45. AK-45 loves playing this champion, but I don't think in this comp that can be doing that much based on how much AP you already have. Another that might be looking to ban out if they think this is going to be the Andy. That Morgana that I was talking about gets banned out from Revenants. Let's see what the last ban will be of Poro Patrol.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, after already having two heavy AP picks, I think since support is going to play something more of an enchanter, trying to, keeping the Sivir alive, making sure that she can put out the damage and not dying at the same time. It can be a Lulu, Milio, or Nami, an enchanter that we'll be seeing. So AK-45 should be picking something AD here, but still Poro knows it better. I think Poro has the reasons to blind Vladimir and Silas, banning out two of the most comfortable champions for AK-45, trying to put him on something that he's not very comfortable on, right? Not just to
Yes.
fill in for the comp.
Definitely, and now it looks like the Brom gonna be locked up with the Severe in the bot side, so that leaves it open for the mid pickup for Revenants. They're going to leave that as their counter pick. Power Patrol continue forward with their draft. Let's see what support and mid they want to pick up for themselves. What is Jazz's what comfortable playing? He does play a pretty good way, so maybe see that coming out from himself. He does a lot of damage that way, and Terex has just recently started playing the support instead of Jezebel. They've just changed it up, but it's going to be the Karma locked in for Terex with that Caitlyn. That's so much poke coming out from the bot lane of Power Patrol already.
Yeah, I mean, Karma is a very smart pick into Braum. She can harass that early with Caitlyn and Karma. I think in the bottom is going to have a lot more priority early game with that Jarvan also going to look for is an aggressive jungler. So, and they lock in Galley in the middle. Because I think, again, Poro has drafted a beautiful draft for themselves, making a wombo combo on the J4 ult and Galio ult, followed up by Karma and Caitlyn giving the damage to the team. Let's see how Renovants answer with the last pick here.
The
Who do you think
Ravens
they're gonna
have to
pick in
pretty
the
much
end?
go for
An
pretty much
AD.
go for an AD. It's going to be the Renekton lockdown. That might be the Mord going into the hands of AK-45 or up to how they want to play, but it might be just the Renekton mid against the Galio. Once you make the cleaver, it does so much damage as well, especially against a tanky team like Power Patrols. So hopefully we get to see something of that variety, but I have not seen AK play the Renekton as of yet. I'm going to be very intrigued to see how this man will be piloting this champion for himself. But Just speaking from perspective of draft wise, Paw Patrol have a ton of CC in their composition. They have a ton of utilization of locking down targets, while as a side of Revenants look more like a comp that have a bit haywire in times of how they wanted to draft it for themselves. Bob will always do phenomenally on that prom. Let's see how well the bot lane of Revenants can, keep up against Invoker and Terex, especially them on the Caitlyn and the Karma very respectively. I really want to have a complete focus on that bot matchup because it's going to determine so much that happens here.
No, very truly said. I think Poro has drafted a very standard draft for them, whereas Revenants has picked something, a bit which is more comfortable to the players that are playing, right? So today we're gonna find out if the draft is the right way to go to win a game, or is it the comfort pick? I mean, before just the game, I was talking to AK45, and he promised me something very juicy pick coming in to make the game very exciting, and I think he kept his promise, and he brought out that Renekton mid that we don't get to see normally. But
Yeah, we
Renekton
don't
is
get
a
to
very
see it
strong
normally
pick.
nowadays.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
it is a
Renekton
very
is still
strong
a
pick.
very
You're right.
strong pick, especially into Yasuo and Galio, because Galio being very strong against all the AP or mage uh, picks into him, whereas does struggle a little bit against AD comp. So yes, I think Renekton is a smart pick, and it's a fine bruiser at the same time brings out the damage that the team needs, right? And today, I think just the game
Mhm.
before this, we also saw how powerful Renekton can be. Hydra literally carried the team 4-1 early
Mhm.
game, in the lane. Uh, Killing the Cho'Gath again and again and showing the dominance of the champions in the right hand. So I'm very excited to see what AK45 have for us, and if he's able to get that impact for the team, if he's able to bring that same level of dominance in this game and is able to take his team to victory.
Yeah, let's see if he can, dominate his lane the way Hyder, because if he does, Reverend's going to have a pretty easy time in their lanes. But like you talked about, Ezreal, his pretty much third priority pick would be that Lilia in the jungle. And once that Kane and Viego's not there, you leave Lilia open, he definitely is going to snatch that off for himself, especially with this interesting comp coming in from Reverend. Having, like you said, we don't see many Renekton mids anymore. It was at one point something of standard, but now it is completely wide open that you can think about how you want to proceed. Potato and Bob in the bot side, very interesting duo of the Severe and the Braum. You can lock it up, the ricochets, you can still get some waves, you can still farm your waves, especially against the kind of poke that the Caitlyn and Karma are going to dish out against you. So, talking about draft rights, which team do you think has won out in terms of draft?
Again, I said I think we're gonna see that on the Rift, but yes, Poro has more of a standard draft, which looks more like a flex, a well-planned draft. Whereas in my eyes, at least for Revenants, what they have picked feels like more of a comfort pick. So yeah, in my eyes, if you ask, I think Poro has a better draft. But let's see if Revenants, being on all their comfort champs, they can bring in that solo queue level of power in here, gapping the team, gapping the players individually in the laning side and able to carry the game or not. So I think it's going to be a very challenging, interesting game, and we're going to find out very soon who who the better team is.
I think so. I think coming into this matchup, Reverend's a bit more favored just because of their past performances, and Poor Patrol pretty new face to the scene, at least team-wise, coming together and playing as a unit. So it's a bit on them. They're a bit of the dark horse in this matchup, and let's see how they perform. Do they do something like what Suvo haters did against Syndicate, or do Revenants keep their name and keep that pressure that they apply usually in these games? And AK45 on the director could be interesting. Severe in the hands of Potato Monster going to be very interesting, because these are two champions we've never pretty much seen them playing, at least in qualifiers throughout this Legends Ascent, even up till this week 2 day 2 as well between them. And Revenants really have to pick up points, because right now they are 1-for-1, one series won, one series lost, and 3 points picked up out of the 6 that they can go for, while as Poro Patrol only have played one game till now, and in that they picked up 1 point away from Phoenix Ascension with that game that was dropped. I think that's where some teams have to put focus, because getting a clean sweep is very, very vital, especially how our point system is arranged. You really want 3 points instead of a 2, especially when you think you're favorites in the series. So these kind of factors come into play when you are in such a big tournament like Legends Ascent, when there's so much to play for, with the top 4 spots in the playoffs having most of that money, prize pool accumulated there. So there's huge jumps in prize money every time you pick up points for yourself, and that is something these teams have to look out for.
That makes a lot of sense. I think Poro has been in this scene for very long while. Yeah, man. I think Poro is one of the strongest team that Bangladesh has today. Right, the names keep changing, but the players are the same. Whereas I think Revenants is a very old, team, an Indian team being in the scene, have many familiar names from very long time. I think some of my closest friends are playing in that game too. Some of the players that I've got a chance to play alongside. So I think today's game is going to be very exciting for me, and I'm looking forward to this juicy matchup. Let's see how well the Bangladesh team is able to perform today, I guess, against one of the top Indian teams.
Also, before we start the series, any predictions from your side, Singla, about how the best of 3 will go?
Picking personal favorite, I want Revenants to go 2-0, right? But I think the game is not going to be that easy. It's going to be 2-1, right? If I say it, analytically, that the games will be very close. Both the teams are highly competitive, highly skilled, right? I'm actually a little bit disappointed to see that Broken Blade is not playing today, because Broken Blade and Asian rivalry goes way back, right? There has been great chats on YouTube that we have been able to see, which makes the game so much more exciting. But unfortunately, Broken Blade is not there. So yeah, I think I am gonna go in favor of Revenants 2-1.
2-1. I think Revenants 2-0 personally. Maybe Broken Blade comes and may change it up later in the game. But guys, this is the second BO3 of the day. It's going to be between Poro Patrol and Revenants. Poro Patrol starting on the blue side, Revenants starting on the red side. And with this Brom, maybe we would have liked to see them get a bit aggressive. But right now, just defensive stances from Revenants, holding out in the points where people of Poro Patrol might come for it. And Poro Patrol doing the exact similar things for themselves. Talking a bit about summoners, once you're against the Braum in the bot side, you're against the lead layer sleep, you're going to have to bring out the cleanse that is in the hands of Invoker. Top side, not much difference in terms of summoners, terms of runes. It's pretty much a standard all around. The Guardian coming out from the Braum as well. So you have to keep this in mind. I want to see how AK does against Jazz's bot in the mid lane, because Jazz's bot primarily a support player, now playing the mid role for his team. So let's see how he does against the person who's been playing mid for quite a bit of time, but now on a champion that we are just not accustomed to seeing him on.
I think that's the beauty of Fearless Draft. At least it has made the game so much more exciting, because we are able to see so many new champions being picked, because team have to constantly think once the champion is being picked, cannot be picked again. So team are taking more time, planning onto their comms, finding out the best picks against different champions, trying out those new champions, learning them, and bringing in Rift so that us can enjoy that.
Exactly, and AK trading pretty nicely with Jezebel properly. Invoker's Q hits onto Potato Monster. They really wanted that level 2 first. Potato Monster taking quite a bit of poke without answer, but the Q from Severe hitting back as well. But now Potato Monster being forced to pop his health bar, forced to pop his cookie that had just come into his inventory. Bob being forced to pop 1 health pot as well. Now level 2 definitely in favor of Core Patrol. Potato Monster Bob a bit on the back end. This is what we expected from a lane that has a Caitlyn and a Karma. There will be pressure being applied, and this is where they have to get a bit ahead for themselves. Talking about jungle objective wise, junglers as wise, they both started top side of the map, heading bot side. You can see that Churn Ready is going in deep to put out a ward. Jazz is bot trading with the AK-45, pretty much equal even Stevens right now between them of how they want to go. Bob walks forward, blocks the Q from Terex, and is in a pretty good spot. Churn Ready has pushed Venom very close to his turret, and the trade's not going to go in favor of Joel, especially in early game.
Right, I think both the junglers have the same plan, because the most action is gonna happen in the bottom lane. Both of them are passing towards the bottom, and let's see if we can get to see an early juicy, clash happening in the bottom, and maybe the first blood is going away in the bottom. But Charan Reddy has been able to take out so much damage in the top, right? And there is so much action happening also in the in the mid, so we never know who is able to gonna secure that first blood.
Yeah, and talking about waves at least, Renekton quite a bit up in CS, so is Churn ready, and they're both the lanes pushing. So the solar laners of Revenants having complete priority over there. You can see that Jarvan's on the bot side of the map. He might be walking up anytime soon, maybe to catch out on the Severe and Bob. But otherwise, CS-wise bot side, even there is the favor that is going this time in the favor of Caitlyn. ASCENSION is just going to be walking past mid. He has nothing to actually go for. Maybe he tries to pick up a scuttle instead after he had spotted maybe Jarvan bot side. So now you know pretty much where junglers are. The pings are coming out, missing pings coming out from Poro Patrol towards the top side. But Chandra walked quite a bit away from his lane quite a few times. He doesn't have a problem whatsoever. He pushes in the wave, goes for a bit of his roam here and there. Lilia picks up the scuttle, going for a back of her own. Drake going to be coming up in around 40 seconds time.
I think Lila is just able to cover, clear the jungle so much faster than J4, especially in this game. And with that, they were able to, get both the scuttles priority here. Because of which, I think there was a thing in the top, where is J4? And how did we get both the scuttles? I think that's a little bit of, ping and a little bit of teasing going on among the players. I think that's pretty standard game aggression being shared on the rest.
Definitely, and now you can see Invoker and Tex keeping up the pressure. Both side, the spell shield not being a match of that. Mid CS now around 12 in the lead for AK-45, doing phenomenally on the Renekton, but until now, no kill pressure is being generated whatsoever. Lilia quite a bit ahead in camps after picking up both the scuttles for herself after doing her full clear. The root lands onto Potato Monster. He lands into the trap. That damage is coming out. The shield just could not block it for Potato Monster, so he's pretty much on the losing side. He pops the spell shield, but the Q did not hit. He didn't get that added HP. Now the heal getting popped by Bob just to provide Potato Monster with some breathing room, and it's looking like how the bot lane should have been going just according to draft.
Right, and Mocha and Terex are able to take out so much pressure on Potato Monster. Potato Monster is already about 16 minions behind and is forced to back, right? Forced to miss a huge chunk of CS, a huge chunk of money, a huge chunk of XP. Bob tried to save that CS, tried to save that wave for the for its ADC wave, and almost was about to lose his HP. I mean, and about to give the first blood, but was able to live. Will Lilia? I think Lilia
Definitely was.
Lilia is spot
Lilia does go for the steal. She ends up picking up the steal for the side of Revenants, but now Rudiment plays. The Galliol comes in. That's going to be a kill picked up for them. Potato Monster here, a bit far from whom. The exhaust was popped onto him from the Karma. But Lilia pretty much just walks in the face of all Poro Patrol members and takes the Drake away from them.
I think Lilia just walked in the park, found a dragon, pressed might, and was able to secure it. Right now, ASEAN is very far ahead when it comes especially against the J4. If you see, he's also about 20 CS in lead against J4 and got a free Drake for a lot of time that J4 invested on to secure it. Lilia was just in the end able to secure the dragon for its team and steal it away.
Venom is in a very tough spot here, but he does get away from it at the end of the day, not being forced to burn any of his summoners. Bob, not problem trading with Invoker and Terex over here, but Invoker and Terex pretty good back for the Caitlyn. Picks up a BF sword for all the lanes that she's being, all the pressure she has, but a Cull picked up for Potato Monster because he knows he has to just farm. He's not going to have kill pressure whatsoever in a lane that is going to be poking him so heavily. The Dark Seal picked up from the Lilith. The Renekton almost at a 2 CS lead. Terex probably going to get locked in place, but no, the fourth auto proc does not come. Now Potato Monster and Bob have to be careful about how much damage comes out. The Q from Bob hits straightly in the face of the forehead of Invoker. Nice spell shield from Potato Monster. Quick reflex to get some HP back as well. But still in a very, very tough spot, in a very, very tough lane. What can happen? Grubs about to come up in 5 seconds. So that's where everyone's idea should be. But no roams have come out from any of the bot side. It's going to be between jungler and top. And because Churn Ready has such prior top side, I don't think the Jarvan can even contest.
Yeah, I mean, even after losing the first blood to Poro, Revenants is still able to create a lead of 700 gold, purely just based off the gold, of the CS lead that they have against the other team, right? I think this is where we can see what it means to be on your comfort champion, where you know the limits, where you are not picking just to create a comp, a flex comp, but to play something that is more comfortable to you, something that you know limits of. And they're able to create that pressure against Poro and are able to create a massive CS lead against them.
Definitely is looking like that. Only their bot side is suffering a bit, but they're still standing in there. They're still going for their farm. He's only about 8 CS behind, so he's not going to be that bad about it. ASCENSION going to clear this pink ward, the control ward right now in the Drake pit. He's not going to have any problem. He's just been dancing and prancing around the entire map while picking up 20 more CS in terms of camp wise, especially stealing that Drake from himself. Even the lead, just look at the CS leads of the top lane and of the bot lane. It is phenomenally how well the solo lanes of Revenants are doing right now.
Makes a lot of sense. Galio is able to chunk down Renekton quite a bit, had an amazing trade against them. Renekton is a bit low right now, but has his ult to survive, has his ult to go all in if needed, right? And is just gonna back. There is a huge war going on around the map. Venom just flashing in on Cho'Gath, trying to dive in and kill him, but fails. Yet Mordekaiser just flashes on him, able to do the damage, press the W, gets the shield and is able to secure the kill. That puts Cho'Gath very, very behind in the lane. At this moment, Mordekaiser Churn Ready is about 23 CS plus a kill ahead Cho'Gath. Another game I think that we are seeing here where Cho'Gath is going to struggle a bit in his lane.
He definitely will. Now the Rylai is completed for the Mordekaiser as well going into this lane. In that instant replay, you're going to see how this goes down. Here in the bot side, we thought Potato might get rooted in place, but the trap just doesn't come down in time. Venom flashes forward, thinks he can jump and get the feast on to Churn Ready, but the shield comes in from the Mordekaiser very fast, very efficiently, and that results in Churn picking up a kill on to Venom. And unfortunately, this Cho'Gath has been starved quite a bit in terms of CS, in terms of kills. He thought he had one play to make, and unfortunately, even that play doesn't work. He's just come back to lane and he's below 50% of his HP bar. So it's a very struggling top lane, a very struggling mid lane for the side of Poro Patrol right now. At least Jazz's bot is keeping up in contest. Nice taunt lands and a lot of good trading against AK-45. Now Jazz's bot is coming into place, especially with the Balmy Cinder coming with him. So now he has a lot of armor to face against the Director until he makes maybe Black Cleaver is not going to be much. Now the dive may be coming up in the top side. Churn Ready is chasing down Venom as he's trying to tank it as much, but he tanked a bit too much. He ends up going down. A bit of a misplay in third aggro juggling coming in from the side of Revenants. And now whichever team gets the next skill will get the feats of war. In the meantime, Poro Patrol have started up on the Drake. This time, ASCENSION isn't close by. He's unfortunately still in the grey screen. So this is going to be a free Drake this time getting picked up by the Poro Patrol side.
I think there were bit miscommunication, miscalculation happening on Revenant. But the Mordekaiser walked back when Lilia was tanking for him. He was just 1 and 1 HP, had to queue, had to secure that kill. Lilia did not calculate the tower damage enough, took an extra shot and went down, which costed him a dragon, which costed the team a dragon. I think in the end the impact will not be very, very high, but yes, Revenants cannot make these small mistakes if they want to steal away the game and get a 2-0 clean victory.
I think it was a bit high because Venom came back into lane, instantly got a solo kill onto Churn Ready, got the feast off onto him, so he's pretty happy about that. ASCENSION is still going in onto Venom. If that ball landed, maybe something could have been done, but unfortunately, nice feet work from the Cho'Gath. He dodges it completely. Look at who's trying to walk in over here. It's going to be the jungler. He's trying to keep his distance. The ultimate pop by Bob. The Flagging Drag comes in, but here comes the Cataclysm. Both flashes pop. The flash of Potato Monster a bit too late. The TP coming in from the Renekton in the bot side. Terex being forced to flash away. Here comes the Galio as well. I think all members of Poro Patrol make it out safely, even though they have blinking HP bars. The ultimate from AKS channel, but he can't go in. He flashes forward underneath the turret. I don't think this is the play you want to be making over here, AK-45. And unfortunately, he does end up going down. That was a bit over aggressive, and he pays it with his life.
I think before the game I told you, AK-45 promised me something juicy, and that was something juicy. He ran that down. I think there's a lot of desperation, a lot of miscalculation that is happening on Revenant side. The fight was very well played. All the members were low, but he went for that extra greed, dived into the tower with his flash, gets CC'd by Galio, and just died. And because of that same punishment, the Galio was able to come back to the lane, put a CCG on the bottom, on the Sivir, onto the Braum, and was able to secure the kill. With that, even after that 4-kill fiesta, still somehow Poro does not have a goal lead. Is still about 600 CS behind. I think that is something that shows us the importance of farming or the power of CSing, right? The goal lead is just not depends on kills always, but minions also play a key role into it.
Yeah, they definitely put a key role. A lot of goal coming up. Jarvan was looking. If Jarvan really just maybe one more footstep this way, he might have been getting punished. His flash was still on cooldown at that point. But I really liked how Jalisbot came back in for that return from the side. He knows that the Savior doesn't have flash. He knows Bob doesn't have flash. He ends up picking up that double kill for his team over there. But now Churn ready might be looking to get a dove. Here is Jarvan, here is Terex, but he is a very chonky man. He is 2 levels up on anybody who's going to be challenging him, and I don't think that much can come out. Now Invoker caught a lot. He's gone taken to Brazil by Churn ready. He's just going to get bonked to the face, and that's Invoker a bit overstaying the side of Poro Patrol, overstaying and not respecting that Bob is missing bot side, that ASCENSION can be coming close by, and they get surely punished for it. Invoker unfortunately has to die for that. Venom a bit far from home. He does have flash. He maybe gets to force to get burn it, but no. He's just going to walk away. Scuttle gets picked up. Rift Herald might be on the books as well after this. And that's exactly what the side of Revenants are looking for right now. They are walking up, taking the Rift for themselves. And can there be any answer? Can there be anything that goes on? Potato Monster against Jezebot alone. Bot side, 2-level difference between them. Herald going down between 3k HP. The Cho'Gath has his piece ready. He really wants to come in to get it. But it's stolen by the Jarvan instead. A huge ultimate from the Braum, and they're going to just pick off any jungle. Terex, you have nowhere to run. Venom, you have nowhere to run. They do end up picking up the Drake, but they end up losing 3 members for the side of Poro Patrol. They end up picking up the Rift Herald, sorry.
No, but I think that was still a very positive fight for Revenants. I mean, what they lost is just 1 Rift Herald, and were able to secure 3 members of Poro, right? With that, Children ready reaching 4-1. Being very fed. I actually do, and he will be able to secure the first parent for his team. I think with that Mordekaiser is fed. I mean, I feel pity about anyone that is going to go against him at this moment. Because if you see, I don't know what Poro was planning when they were looking to dive a Mordekaiser, a full HP Mordekaiser with 3 people going onto him into tower. He can just take 1 person into a different dimension and live. Right? It's not 3 people chonking down on 1 person, but it is going to become a 1v1 into the tower, right? And Mordekaiser can just live and kill, and that's exactly what happened, where he could just flash, kill the Caitlyn, and even after 3 people creating that pressure onto him, were not able to do anything to the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, absolutely. But here the Drake fight is going to be breaking down. Drake going down low. Summoned Rift Herald in the mid lane by Venom. Now they're walking down. Every single member of this match is here near the Drake pit right now. Drake at around 4k HP. They're keeping it like that. Venom has his feast, so they really want to neutralize him first. Galio ultimate coming out. The hero's entrance comes in. AK-45 left alone. The Sivir ultimate gets popped. The Braum ultimate comes in. The Jarvan ends up going down. Invoker left alone. And 1 by 1 members of Poro Patrol fall. Only Terex is alive, and this is going to be a free Drake for the side of Revenants. It's going to be them picking up the feats of strength after this, after securing 3 out of the 3 epic monsters for themselves, as well as the tier 1 in the mid side falling down for Poro Patrol.
And with that, Revenants is at a 6k goal lead. I think that was very beautifully played again, with as ahead as they are, Sever getting to free hit the whole Poro's team with no pressure onto him. That beautifully played by the whole team, where Brom was able to soak up most of the damage. Mordekaiser is standing in the front line with their stylized, keeping the team slow, giving that damage, soaking up that damage at the same time, being a crucial player for the team, taking them towards victory slowly, step by step. What do you think that Poro will be
Exactly.
doing now? I think even when it comes to scaling, I do not think that Poro scales very hard. They have a decent comp when it comes from early to mid game, but I'm not really sure what Poro's next step should be here, Madness. What do you think that what will be going on in the mind of the players right now?
I think their mentality is like try and go for more fights, but I don't think that should be what they should be looking for. They should be trying to isolate targets before anything breaks out like this, because that Drake fight was very messy from their side. They did not have the targets they wanted. Venom had walked up quite a bit, thinking that he'll just feast and steal away the Drake, and that's exactly what didn't happen. Revenant's very smartly just keeping the Drake at 4k HP, not allowing any of those kind of plays happening. I think you have to let Cho'Gath get his stacks up, maybe become a bit more of a tankier frontline before anything happens, because you have a Renekton with the Black Cleaver, you have a Lilia with the Riftral and Liandry's that's going to do a lot of damage going forward, and your Caitlyn is behind in itemization, given that she has the Yuntals but has a pickaxe compared to the BF sword and agility cloak of agility that the Severe has right here. I think you have to be careful of Churn ready in these fights, because he will be looking for flank potentials, locking away, taking anybody away to Brazil, because pretty much nobody can match the Mord in the 1v1 right now because of how it is. But on the meantime, AK-45 is trying to chalk down onto Venom, but here is support. It's going to be the Jarvan, but it's not enough. He could not save the life of his jungler, but the flash forward by AK-45 claims a double kill for himself. That's 2 flashes burned by Venom and Jarvan, but the flash of AK-45 plus he gets a double kill unanswered, and now he can maybe even take this tier 2 down.
I think today Renekton have shown some really good plays against the Venom. Yeah, both the games I think we had a Venom player, and both the games somehow the Renektons were able to do so much against these Venoms. So I think if a Venom player is playing, should start banning the Renekton now. That was very beautifully played by AK-45. He was able to secure 2 kills plus and tier 2 objective, a tower for himself, which will give him a tremendous amount of goal lead. Already Renekton doing so much damage, already Renekton being such a monster that he is. With that lead, I think the game is just going to become harder and harder for Poro. Poro, as you rightly suggested, cannot engage into 5v5 fights, cannot engage into group fights, but has to look for that pick. Has to look for that pick with J4, with Galio, with Caitlyn ult, right? Wait for Revenants to make mistake and punish them onto it. If they make desperate plays like this, I don't think so there is possibility of any comeback left for the team.
Whatsoever, exactly. Jazzerbot's going to walk into AK-45, but it's a very tanky Galio. Even with your Black Cleaver, you're not going to be doing much damage. That just makes Jazzerbot not walk up any further. His jungler is in on the bot side of the map. Maybe some plays can come out. Mort still going to be pushing top side. Atakan had been picked up by Revenants. There are 2 Drakes in as well for themselves. Goal lead almost at that 10k difference in favor of Revenants right now, and I think it's a bit dire for the side of Poro Patrol. It's a bit not what they planned coming into this matchup, and it's a bit, how to say, not available for how you want. But Monster still doing fine on the Severe. He's not as impactful as he is usually as an ADC, but the rest of his team is carrying for. He's still doing his job that he needs to. He's still free hitting from the backside. He's still not getting caught out, and I think that also means a big thing. Venom instead will get caught out against Churn ready top side. The bongs coming in from the Heartsteel, but the damage is not there from Venom. Venom taking away all the way to Brazil, gets pulled back in. This is pretty much a dead Cho'Gath, and that's exactly what it is. That's going to be Venom seeing the gray screen for the 6th time, while the Drake's going to be coming up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think every member of Revenants right now is very tired. I mean, also if we see Madness right now, the sleeper most OP champ right now in the Revenants team is also going to be the Lilia. Lilia has about 70 CS lead onto J4 and is on 3 level gap from J4. So I think every individual right now Revenants has the capability to do, I think, 2v1 against Poro. So I'm not really sure what Poro is gonna be planning from here, but I think Revenants what they're gonna try is to end the game as soon as possible and take the victory home.
Yeah, it does look like on those lines. Drake, number 3, now started by Reverence. No answer whatsoever. Some poor patrol, and it very rightfully so. They can't even walk in their own jungle without being assured that someone's waiting around the corner for them. Given how many people are missing on the map right now, Drake gets picked up. This is going to be putting Revenants on Soul Point for Mountain Soul, and the tankier members are just going to get so much more tanky. This Renekton is going to be so hard to deal with, especially when you have a Caitlyn more of a single champion oriented ADC. It's a bit harder against such a tankier opposition, especially when you don't have any armor pen on your side, especially when the Severe already has the Infinity as well. Unfortunately, you still haven't secured you have all the components, but not the final goal that is required for it. So Revenant's just slowly but surely demolishing every single part of this map here, and game 1 not looking good whatsoever for Poro, while Baron coming up in 30 seconds.
I think the next objective or the next pressure that we are going to see is going to be a lot towards the Baron, where I think Revenants is just going to get the dominance, get vision control over Poro's jungle, over Poro's blue side, right? Waiting for them to desperately move up to just push check for Baron, kill them, secure the Baron, and end the game. I think that is the strategy going on in the mind of Revenants, but let's see what Poro has or how they're going to contradict this strategy against them. Otherwise, this game will be looking to end soon.
Definitely, I think Revenants are just looking for that final Baron to be picked up and then walk away with it. They are doing their bush game plays. POP don't have any single inkling if it's going down or not, the Baron, so they have to be very careful about how they want to position. Pings are coming in. Renekton's on the bot side of the map, but AK-45 does have the TP if he needs to come in. So does Jazz's bot, but it might be a little bit too late for any of that. Invoker now caught out, trying to farm down in the middle of the map. Here, now the cleanse gets burned from the sleep that was being acquired by Lilian. Invoker is firing by the TP coming in from the Mordekaiser. It was already channeled in by the Renekton. Renekton is just walking up instead into this fight, essentially. And now, members of PP have to be a bit on the defensive. Now that's a very flashless Invoker. That's a cleanseless Invoker for future fights. He has to be careful. He was just a bit overextended in terms of how he's CSing. I think he thought that Baron was going down, and that this just allows him the time to pick up some CS over here while members of Revenants go for it. But now, after Revenants burned so much from the side of POP, they know that Pro Patrol can't walk up. They're just going to be picking up in the series. It is looking like exactly that, going 1-0 up in the series. Galio will be walking towards the turret, but no, very smartly does back away instead. Will go back for his recall. And look at this. There are just so many good numbers right now for the team. Just so many members coming in. It just looks so hard. Poor Patrol, honestly, at this point, maybe just has to think about game 2, right?
Right, I mean, in the last fight, the team burned out so many flashers. None of them, ADC does not have any summoners. The jungle does not have his flash. Galio does not have his flash. And with the Baron push that, the Baron advantage that Revenants have, they're going to look to close this game ASAP. They're going to push, secure the tier 2, look for those inhibitors, create that pressure on Revenants, on Poro, so that they have to play back and look to end the game slowly.
That's exactly what they are doing, but it is looking tough. Poor Patrol, no answer whatsoever for them side. I think the Renekton and Mordekaiser are just too big right now. I'm pretty sure any one of them will be the star player, but it looks like AK-45 wants to go and so does the Mord. Nice pull back onto Jazz's bot, but that's not the member you essentially want to go for. Over on this side, you can see them just walking away. Venom has to be careful if he's on that side of the tower. And now Poro Patrol just have to play base defense simulator essentially because they cannot walk any single part whatsoever for themselves. I think Cho'Gath dying a couple of times topside was detrimental for the side of Poro Patrol, and now they can just watch as those two cannon empowered Baron minions are going for that turret. They take it down. Now they are going for the inhibitor instead. They are surely walking themselves in. If they catch out any Port Patrol member, it should be the end over here. But they're playing or erring on the side of caution. They want to take their soul instead and maybe just secure their victory.
They're looking for a clean win, I think. The Lilia is looking to do as much farm, as much objectives as he can. I think he's just able to get the best stats that he's able to get at this moment. You know, after especially the Mountain Soul, that Mordekaiser is just gonna be unstoppable. That Mordekaiser can just run into 5 people without dying and also carrying the whole team alone. The J4 is looking for the steal, but Lilia's proxy ult put J4 on the sleep, but J4 went in trying for that steal, but is not able to secure that objective for the team and has fallen down. With that, Revenant is able to secure 2 more kills, still has the Baron, is able to secure is about to secure the second inhibitor and is looking to close the game. They are again, again able to.
Hero's entrance from Jazz's spot does not save his ADC. Invoker ends up going down for the third time this game. That's going to be a killing spree for Potato Monster and a clean ace coming out for the side of Revenants. They look to take this game all the way home. Look at Churn ready. He's just taunting there at the base. But one by one, they are going to finish this game. They are taking down the Nexus. They are going into game 2 being 1-0 up in this best of 3 series against Poro Patrol.
What a game. What a pure dominance. It's 6-18, a multiple of 3. I mean, I think Poro has to go back, has to think what are the mistakes made in this game because the Revenants have shown absolutely pure dominance. Revenants have shown that they're not going to take this game easy. The Revenants have shown that they're very serious about, being in the top 4 and are here to secure victory for their team.
They exactly look like that they are going to be securing the victory for themselves, and you can see that it was not much of a contest as this game progressed. The Cho'Gath pick not coming in as useful. The Jarvan, I thought he would be way more aggressive earlier and unfortunately could not secure any of the targets. The bot side, Invoker and Drex couldn't get a lead. They had pressure in the lane but they couldn't utilize it to getting kills against Potato Monster and Bob. And once you're past the laning phase, Revenants pretty much blew past the map. That their solo lanes just came in so clutch for them. That Renekton, that Mordekaiser blew past their competition. They were just mammoths towards the end. I think that was just evident in that 1v2 that AK-45 did. And I think that just shows you how well these guys are, especially on comfort champions.
I think this is something that we were talking even at the pick and bang phase, where Revenants is on their comfort pick, and we could see that in the game. I think every lane showed pure dominance, where Mordekaiser had an absolute dominant lane, was able to secure that early 4 kills. Lilia was about 100 CS lead on J4 and about 4 level lead on J4. Renekton was able, even after being the juicy pick, being something different, was able to show some really good game to us. And with that stats, it was 18 kills for Revenants, 6 kills for POP. There were 10 objectives secured for Revenants, and there was no objective secured for Poro. There was about an 18k goal lead that they ended with by securing all the dragons from their end. And this game again showed nothing but pure dominance, where all the objectives were secured by Revenants and nothing for Poro in game 1.
Yeah, the only thing Poro could do was steal that Rift Herald and take one of the Drakes after a gank topside. But that's all Poro Patrol could do in terms of jungle objectives. Everything else going Revenants' way. They took their sweet time. They ended it with that Mountain Soul for themselves and they just walk up. And I think this man has a lot to do it alongside AK-45 in the middle lane. Jaren Reddy is your MVP of game 1 on that Mordecai. Is 6, 1, and 5. He all had the Cho'Gath, quaking in his boots. I think he did still get solo killed once by Cho'Gath, but that's after he was just like overextended and overstaying his time over there. But otherwise, a phenomenal performance by him. This is why his blind Mordecai is something to fear. This is why this is a champion that gets banned out so many times, but this time it made its way through, and it's the reason why the side of Revenants were so much more dominant in game 1, and game 2 is still up for grabs between these two teams, but it's honestly looking a bit dire for Poro Patrol. They have to rethink about how they want, especially their solo laners is where the focus has to lie, because other than that, I think the bot side still did an okay job with the pressure. They didn't completely utilize it or completely apply it that much, especially later on. And I think Invoker gets caught out a bit, and it's just a bit of a problem. But guys, before we jump into game 2 and resume all the action, we're going to take a very short break. Guys, welcome back to League of Legends and South Asia. It's me, Madness, alongside Singular. We are in week 2, day 2 at the last BO3 right now of the day. First, earlier on the day, the BO3 was won by Phoenix Ascension in a 2-1 fashion against Poro Patrol. But right now, the match on hands is Revenants. Sorry, not against Poro Patrol, against Reaper RPG. Right now, it is Revenants against Poro Patrol, and unfortunately, Port Patrol lacking quite a bit in game 1 because Revenants took it in very dominating fashion.
It was a hard game for Poro indeed, but I think Poro have shown some really good talent in the past, and I mean, it's Rift. Sometimes we have the best game, sometimes we have the worst, but I still have really good hopes from Poro. I look forward to have an exciting game. I think that Invoker and the team can do something great, and let's see if Broken Blade is able to come for this game or not. I'm excited to see him on the Rift too. If I get to see him play against ASEAN, it's an exciting matchup for me. I think a lot of our fans will love to watch that today.
And this time, Revenants with their pick going blue side. So Port Patrol going to be on the red side. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Invoker is making appearance as of yet. It's the same jungler for the side of Port Patrol right now. But with Revenants first ban, it's going to be same Corki that they did over here. Let's see if Port Patrol sticks to how they did their banning in game 1. If they stick to, just targeting Ezreal a bit with, with the Kane ban, with the Viego ban, and then Potato Monster Smolder. But right now they don't have first pick. They are the team with the second pick because they are red side, and that does leave options open for Tristana to get picked up by Potato Monster.
And I think the level of dominance that Ezreal showed in the first game, they're not going to give him any of his confirmed pick. Yeah, and I think I was right. Lily is banned as per the rules already. Kane and Ezreal, sorry, and Viego being banned by Poro, I think is a very wise decision. And the last ban this time, I think should go to towards Tristana, but let's see what happens this time on the Rift. Because if they ban Tristana, Smolder stays open, and if Smolder or Smolder gets banned again and Tristana is left open. But I think one of the picks is gonna go to Potato's side.
Yeah, it does definitely has to go. One or the other Potato Monster will be allowed to play it, and they think the Smolder is less harmful compared to the Tristana because they're going to be banning that out. Let's see if Potato Monster will become the Smolder that he loves so much and so dearly for himself. Revenants have first pick, are pondering how they want to go for. Poro Patrol's bans were pretty much the same except Tristana over Smolder this time. Revenants this time introducing the Senna ban for themselves. A Ziggs hover right now for Revenants, but no, they just tease us. It's going to be the Smolder getting picked up for Potato Monster.
Right, I think that is something we predicted. As soon as I saw Jigs, I was surprised because Jigs is again a very comfort pick for Potato, and we have seen him play it a lot. But I think Smolder was the best pick, and with that, I think Invoker was ready with the answer and locks in Zeri. I think with Zeri, they'll be looking to lock in the Lulu as well. That can help Zeri to take out the full potential, shooting the whole team, trying to carry the game for themselves. Or are they going to give a pick to the jungler here? Is something we have to see.
It is going to be the jungle pick. It is going to be the Nocturne getting picked up this time. A power farmer till that level 6 mark, where he can become a bit of a threat across the map, across the rift. Now Revenants with their second pick. Let's see what they look in. Will Bob go for his juicy picks like we think he will? His Lux is left open. There's a lot left open for him to go for it, because most target bans were at Ezreal, at Potato Monster, and even after all of that, the Diana looks to be picked up right now. Can be going Ezreal, can be going 45 cents, but let's see how it goes, because in the second phase of banning last time, Port Patrol targeted AK-45 pretty heavily, and right now let's see if he wants to blind, if they feel confident enough about how their draft is going, because remind you guys, each and every single game counts in a BO3 over here, just due to how our point system is. Even if you win the series 2-1, you only get 2 out of the 3 points that you can acquire, but it's going to be the blind Ornn pickup for Churn ready in the top side.
Right. I think the Diana pick can be a flex pick for the team. I'm not very sure if Isian plays Diana or not, or it's for AK-45. That is for something I think for us and also for Revenants to figure it out. But the the jungle stays open. I think one of the challenges that will come with Isian is Isian has a bit of a limited, pool where Kanan Viego has already been banned, Lilia has already been picked. JFO was picked by the enemy team in the last game. So I'm not very sure what Ajan is going to play in this game, but it'll be very interesting to see. And I think
It will. Mhm.
Venom has logged in set to answer for the blind pick on that was done by Charan Reddy. This time Charan Reddy will be playing on the tank, playing for the scaling, but at the same time set is gonna be a very aggressive top laner right now and can get that dominance, can get that lead for the team. And let's see what Venom can do with that pick this game.
And Poro Patrol continuing on with the banning against AK-45 in the second phase of banning. It's going to be the Vlad ban. It's going to be a black box over there for what Revenants ban. Don't know if they missed the pick or we just cannot show it at this point. But continuing on, let's see what Poro Patrol want to go for their ban. Will it continue to be against AK-45? Last time it was the Silas. It is yet again going to be the Silas band. And now, Revenants, what do they want to do? What do they want to lock up? What do they want to go for? It's going to be the Lulu getting banned because Lulu's very good combo as always paired up. So no, we're not going to give the Enchanter over to the side of Poro Patrol. Let's see what Poro Patrol want to blind. Is it going to be their support? Is it going to be their mid? Because like you said, the Diana is a bit flexible. I haven't even seen Asian play. I haven't seen AK-45 play. So it can be going anywhere and playing a bit of games with Poro Patrol. But it's going to be the Nautilus locked up with the Zeri in the bot side in the hands of Terex. And let's see how well he does on his champion this time around. And up to Revenants to lock in. Now we get to see at least where the Diana will be going.
Yeah, I think as for Poro, Diana is gonna be in the jungle because they have given those bans to the mid laner. They have stick with the same bans as the first game, other than the Tristana being just exchanged by Smolder and Smolder getting picked. So I think as for Poro, they have decided that this Diana is gonna go jungle, and they have gone aggressive on their mid bans and given them mid counter last pick. And I think they were right. Ahari is being hovered and has been locked in. It's gonna be an Ahri mid, and with that, I think the Revenants draft has been finalized. What do you
Definitely
think is gonna
Finland
be
is
a
looking
counter
very
dynamic? And
strong. It's going to be the Swain for Jazz's bot in the mid lane over here. Jazz's bot, traditionally a support, likes to play a lot of, wonky picks. So he's going to be very well versed on the Swain. Maybe gets a bit more accurate. Maybe like something that he can do more damage with compared to the Galio where you're pretty much playing for your team. But now, both drafts locked in over here. Which side would you prefer just draft-wise, Singla, over here?
again, in this game, I think Revenant's draft again does look very strong, right? With a very, very hyper-scaling comp, with that Ornn, with that Smolder, Diana Rel. I think the comp is absolutely beautiful, absolutely well drafted. But at the same time, Poor Belt also has a nice draft, right? What I'm interested to see, who will that Nocturne being able to pick? I was about to predict that it can be we are about to see a Nocturne and Oriana wombo combo, but I think that is not something that Poro was thinking about and had locked in this Swain with the amount. I think that is because with the amount of engage that Revenants have, they felt that Swain will be a better pick than Oriana. But I am a bit confused about will Nocturne being able to kill anyone or being able to pick anyone from Revenant side now.
Yeah, it does look a bit, on the squishy side because icky side because you're gonna jump on Potato. There's gonna be so much he can get away with. He can just fly away. He has people to just lock you up in place when you come in. I want to see how Invoker does on Zeri because throughout the qualifiers we haven't seen him play the Zeri. We've been seeing him play other ADCs. Potato pretty much familiar face with the Smolder lockup for themselves. But I really like how Revenants did it in game one, where they thought, Poro Patrol were going to steal away Tristana for themselves, so they ban it out instead. And now, just because they have first pick side, now it comes that easy situation of who do you ban? Do you ban out the Tristana? Do you ban out the Smolder? Because you're using 2 bans out on ASCENSION anyway. So I really like the entire Feelers draft from game 1 till game 2 from the side of Revenants. I think they did a fantastic job for themselves. AK-45 could be on the area. I was really hoping to maybe see an Annie coming out of him, because I really love when he plays Annie. I really love the multiple timbers for the heat lag. We're going to see ASCENSION on the Diana. We're going to see a couple of things over here. Bob will be pretty standard with the Rel in the bot side in terms of CC, in terms of the front lining for his team. But like you said, Revenants pretty beautifully drafted. Poro Patrol a bit here and there, because the Nocturne Oriana combo would have been good. You do have Engage, but I still think you could have peeled for him instead. But no, Jazz's bot will be preferring to play that Swain in the mid side, and it's yet to be seen how these goes, because it's up to the solo laners of Poro Patrol, because that's exactly where they lacked last time in game 1.
Yeah, but I think in the last game, Revenants did show a good amount of dominance in their lane. They showed what they can do with early aggressive champions. I think they should have stuck with the same strategy, but this time they've gone for a hyper scaling comp, where with the kind of comp that they've drafted, they're going to look to fight for those objectives 5v5, where they're very strong. But I think when it comes to laning 1v1, I think this time, Poro is going to be at the stronger end, and Revenants have to play this game slow. Because after 20-25 minutes, once the On gets the upgrade, once Mortar has the 250 stacks, that is when Revenants become a truly monster team, or a true team where they can take out a lot of damage, and they can, do something in this game that can become a victory sense for them.
Exactly how you put it. Poro Patrol has to be way more proactive. You can't let Revenants get to a stage where pretty much they dominate the team fights. Just how their champions are built and how their late game scaling is for themselves. The ornaments will come in. That will be a pretty bad thing for them, for the side of Poro Patrol. So you have to be more careful, a bit more proactive, and you can't let a team like Revenants dictate how the game goes, because once they start dictating, you will never get a chance to ever speak up again in the game. Last game we saw, I think it was Poro Patrol only managing 6 kills out of I don't know how many, 28 or something, that the side of Revenants picked up. So these are huge numbers, a huge gap. Yeah, 6 and 18. Sorry, it was 18, but it was still a huge difference. Triple the amount of kills over there. A lot of objectives going over. A lot of has to be focused that side. The Zeri bot side of Invoker has to show up huge over here in these team fights, because if you let Smolder get to that point, Potato Monster is a person very well known for his Smolder. He's never going to screw up, especially in important team fights later on. So you can't let him get to that point. But guys, yet another reminder, this is game 2 of this series. It's Revenants leading the series 1-0 against the side of Poro Patrol. This is the second BO3 of the day. The first one went in the favor of PNX Ascension, 2-1 in their favor against RPG Report Precog Gaming. But without any further ado, we're jumping in to game number 2 between Revenants and Poro Patrol. Revenants starting on the blue side, Poro Patrol on the red. And as you can see, everybody just walking away, looking a bit at runes and summoners. Nothing much of interest. Swain really wants to play a bit more for the late game side, where he will be much more of a with that Conqueror for himself. The Aftershock from Terex, the Aftershock from Bob make complete sense. And you also see Potato Monster has that cleanse, because he can get locked down in place, and he will be the only one who has to get away. Here, Nocturne gets face checked by ASCENSION with that Q, and ASCENSION puts down a ward on that side. And now it has to be a bit careful. Bob, you don't want to be there. Terex walks up pretty smartly. They had spotted a lot of people off Revenants to the top side, so they don't mind just walking in like this. Put down a ward on themselves to see which side the junglers will be starting.
Right, I mean, with the Rel can deny Nautilus or, Hook, because of which he stands there in very much confidence, trying to see where the wards are falling in places. Both the teams, I mean, with Nautilus, I actually expected a little bit more aggressive, maybe level 1 fight. That is something that we have been missing from a while. People have started playing a little bit more defensive while starting their game, doing the typical 5 pointers, and we're not able to see that early aggression anymore. I think the teams just want to do it right, do not want to take that early risk, and just want to do the standard plays as needed.
Yeah, Venom pretty nicely spacing Ornn away. Look how far Ornn is away from his wave. He's going to try and deny him that XP, but Ornn doesn't want to get denied. The Hook gets sidestepped by Bob. Terex unfortunately could not find his target this time. Put in a monster as the wave pushing slightly towards himself. Invoker hammering away. Top side, you can see Ornn still only managed to pick up one of the CS. Well, set is still at 4 numbers, so it should be a bit different there. If that hook landed, that might have been a bit of a trouble for the Nautilus, because he would have been in dirt region. That would have been a bit of a problem. So thankfully, at least Terex's hook did not connect this time. I'm going to be interested to see how AK-45 goes against Jazz's bot in the mid lane. The hook lands this time, but just outside turret lane. Bob instead jumps onto him, and Nautilus takes quite a bit, and so does Invoker on the way out of that engagement.
I mean, I think both the fights, as you rightly said, right? When Nautilus is landing the hook, he's the one who's taking the damage. I think just because you can connect the hook, you should not connect the hook, but you have to be a little bit more smart about it. And again, the Nautilus just goes in, gets the opportunity, hits the hook, but gets chunked to almost 1/4 HP. Nautilus has to know his strength, has to know the strength of Zeri, and has to be smart about when he's going all in, because Rel countering him in there, putting the damage on Zeri, putting the damage on Nautilus. He cannot blindly keep going in and putting that pressure on his ADC to exchange damage.
You can see ASCENSION is close by on the side. Invoker and Nautilus don't have a clue. He is going to get flanked. And as you rightly say, he's coming from the side lanes. You can see Diana's going to be coming in. Invoker's locked up in place. He flashes away. He jumps over the wall, gets to safety. But ASCENSION flash forward. The hook misses from Terex and might have saved his ADC's life. But unfortunately, Nocturne is the one now getting caught up, locked up in place. Rel just pushing away. But that's going to be first blood. Picked up by Revenants. Picked up by ASCENSION onto Invoker. And already a good start for Revenants.
I think that was beautifully played by ASCENSION yet again, was able to secure the first kill. Saw that Zeri is mispositioned, has pushed very deeply. There is no wards placed by Nautilus on the defense, was able to easily walk back, got the flash out of Zeri, and was also able to secure the kill at the same time. So bot has lost their flash, still does have the barrier, but will be on the weaker side now. The pressure from the jungle can be tremendous on the Zeri, and Zeri has to be careful to walk up again and again. As we saw even in the last game, Invoker got picked again and again by Revenant for every misposition that he was doing. Every time he walked up aggressively, Revenants were able to punish that.
Absolutely, and Invoker has to be a bit more careful. They have to be a bit more aware of level 3 ganks in the future. But Terex hook lands very outside turret range. They don't mind this exchange. This time definitely going in favor of Poro Patrol. There is a heal down from Bob that was used earlier on. In terms of summoners, Invoker doesn't have his flash anymore. Repeated gang can spell trouble from the top side. Venom TPing back into his own lane. Potato Monster a bit on the back foot. And look at how this wave is. Venom had to come in just to try and get the wave in for himself, so maybe he can do something or the other. Jazz's bot getting caught out mid-side. The charm doesn't connect from AK-45. Nothing else comes in. The hook this time lands onto Bob. Bob jumps forward, but Bob instantly flashes away to get outside. So this time, the hooks from the Nautilus paying dividends for the side of Poro Patrol.
I think the Bob is not respecting Nautilus there enough, though the Smolder was already very low on mana, low on HP. Bob had to play a little bit on the backside, but ended up losing the flash in the end, but no blood lost.
No blood
At the
loss
same time,
whatsoever.
Diana
Yes,
was
continue.
just able to collect all the waves, right? But with that, Poro knows that Diana is in the bottom. In the last game, they lost their first dragon to a smite battle to the Lilia. In this game, let's see if they're able to protect that dragon and able to secure the first objective for themselves.
This time Drake gets picked up by Poro Patrol. The first one, it's a Hextech Drake for them. Zeri, unfortunately, after that bit of disaster, has come back to the lane with a curl, but so has Potato Mo, so they're trying to scale up. A lot of exchanging. Venom pops his ultimate onto Turn Ready, so does the Ornhorn come out. The W doesn't do that much damage. Venom now having to flash away. Turn Ready does have his flash, he might even use it to jump in later on to Set, but Set has kept his distance, is walking away, does get out with his life, but unfortunately is flashless for the foreseeable 5 more minutes. And look who's coming up over here. It is ASCENSION. They are probably looking for a dive as well. Eternity trying to get the W out of Venom at this point, but no, I think they also recognize it can't be done. That much is too much right now, and they're already in slight lead. They don't want to risk anything for themselves. They really want to nail game 2 without any hindrances for themselves. But Sharon Reddy, quite a bit of CS lead for himself. So does AK-45 have onto Jazz's bot. The bot side, Zeri with a slight lead, but that is expected against a lane like Potato Monsters, where he's a bit weaker earlier on, especially when Terex is landing hook after hook after hook, and this time with positive results. So you have to be a bit careful about that, especially in terms of Bob and Potato Monsters. You have to respect the Terex walking up and the hook pressure that can be. And AK-45, I think, just missed a cannon there.
I mean, that's the most frustrating thing that can happen to any laner, especially in the middle, right? Middle or AD, you miss that cannon. But at this point, I think RE is very deep in looking to get those wards, but with Grubbies coming up and the Nautilus hook misses, if this hook landed, the pressure on Ari would have been tremendous, but Ari does have the flash, does have all the summoner. He can throw his E, charm, dodging in every hook from Nautilus side, but in the end gets caught. All the ults are being invested by the Poro, looking to lock in that Ari. Ari is able to just press R, get out, able to dodge again, yet another hook from Nautilus side and live. All the ults are already invested from the side of Poro, and Revenants still have their ults. Bob is making
the only thing Poro Patrol does have right now is Venom having his ult. The Set still does have it. Invoker just popping ult against Potato Monster on the bot side, just trying to maybe do something, but Jazabot has caught up onto Bob. Members of the side of Revenants are walking up. The Ornhorn comes in downtown, but no, he does end up missing. Terex had pulled him away from it, so it doesn't come to utilization. There comes that set out that we were talking about onto Ezzy, and all that is left is for Bob to end up going down over here, for Poro Patrol to take their third grubs for themselves, because there is no way that Revenants can answer them right now at this current stage.
I think Terex beautifully designed Sharon Reddy's ult. Horn was not able to land the ult. Diana got chunked before it could go in. That was very beautifully played by Poro. They were able to secure a kill and yet another objective for their team, which puts them closer for securing fleet for their team.
It has kept them closer. We do see the Ari going the Rod of Ages, but not the Malignance one as well. And Invoker has come back to lane with a BF sword. He has to be a bit careful because he might be getting flanked. He does get some things. He's getting that spider sense tingling that he has to run away. But Terex, my man, you are going to get caught by Bob and AK-45. Thankfully, there's not much damage right now for him. He has to flash himself to get away, but Bob also had popped his own ultimate. So, after all that, Terex has to flash, get away to safety. A bit of a nice push gameplay coming by Revenants, and they want to now punish it by taking away the blue buff from the Nocturne over there in the bot side. You can see Nocturne going for the standard Shroud Breaker build. You can see Diana building her own. The Dark Seal unfortunately doesn't have a stack as of yet, even though she has a kill, because that's after she had got the kill, she bought that item. But bot side still looks a bit detrimental in terms of Smolder's items. You can see Zeri is quite strong, and especially with the BF and a shot working herself away towards that Yuntals. And here again, Terex is getting caught out. Invoker pops the ultimate. Mother is coming in. It's gonna hit absolutely nobody. Diana goes in, gets a triple man out before he ends up going down. But now Revenants have to run for the hill. Potato Monster burns his flash to try and get away. RD has to ultimate to just dash away to safety. At the end of the day, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Poro Patrol.
I think very beautifully played by them. Again, at this moment, Revenants is struggling a bit to take out the damage, with Ari also going the Rod of Ages build. With Summoner Eri does not have the electrocute, is not able to take out that burst. And I think the strategy was right. I think the macros were right, but they did not have the damage to secure the kill. And with that, Charan ready, even after getting counter pick, again blind picking the on, and is able to get a free pick, a solo 1v1 kill onto the set with, and is able to get another lead of 20 CS. I think with that, Charan Reddy is now far again in a great lead against Venom, against that set, and Venom needs to buck up for its team if they're looking to secure game 2 in their favor.
Yeah, it's looking a bit dire for them. You do lock up. I think Venom could have flashed away from the horn to be safety, but now Nocturne is onto AK-45. The fear does not connect completely. The TP is coming in. Diana's going in on the backside. Ultimate was just a bit off of cooldown before she could use it, so unfortunately that doesn't come in that far. I think that would have been secured double kill for them. So Drake now probably going to get started up by Revenants after they've burned so much away from Poro Patrol. Drake now getting started up, being hammered away. They know Poro Patrol knows they can't answer it. They're just going to allow Revenants to equalize the Drake numbers, and finally they have a pretty good start in terms of objective, because that's going to be the first jungle objective for themselves. Gold wise, they're around 400 gold up, and Venom gets a lot of free plates in the top side.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit desperate TP from Charan's side. I'm not really sure what was going into the mind because Diana did not have the ult for the engage. The flash on the Nocturne was burned, is what they got out of the lane, but Set was able to get a lot of free farm and a lot of free plays for himself that will help him to get a little bit back into the lane, a little bit free XP, a little bit free gold for him to become more of a champion again to survive in the lane.
Yeah, I don't think they can do much right now. At least in terms of kills, just 3-3. They are balancing that out well for themselves. But Venom, after showing a bit of dominance earlier on in the lane, is struggling quite a bit. Nocturne steals away the blue buff from Diana, and Diana really wants to punish him, even flashing forward. Here comes Jazz's bot, but it might be a bit too late to save his jungler. He's getting chunked between SG and between AK-45. The ultimate is popped by the Swain. Here comes he moves, he goes in forward, he goes in. Here comes the Ornhorn as well. In the bot side, another fight breaking out. Terex and Invoker just locked up. They cannot just get the kill onto Potato Monster, but they end up managing to secure the kill onto the small flying dragon. Invoker now damaging against Bob. He has to keep his distance. Bob, if he jumps in, can get the kill. The flash getting burned by Invoker to get away to safety. Terex has the hook ready. He probably wants to go for it. Does end up landing. Invoker ends up picking the kill. That's Invoker going on a killing spree. And on the other side of the map, Jazz's bot ends up going down. Venom ends up going down. And it's a lot of chaos, but it is a bit controlled. First turret getting picked up by the side of Revenants. That locks in one of the feats of strength as well.
There were so many fights happening all around the map. I don't know where to see any more madness. I think I expected a low action game, early game. This game, as per the stuff I would pick, but still the action is just tremendous. And the fights were so close. It was just one order attack more that Potato needed for killing the Zeri, but Zeri was able to secure the kill first. With that, was able to get 2 kills and will get some kind of a dominance for Poro, for the bottom lane, and for something that they look forward to play with. And Nautilus lands yet another beautiful hook on the RE. RE is just able to live with 1 HP at most, just burning out the flash, but lives another day to see, to farm, to fight.
Yeah, and look at this, Bob getting pushed a bit towards deep in the jungle. They're clearing vision from the side of the Nocturne. Now, eyes all set on the Rift Herald that has spawned. And here's Bob, here's Churn. The ultimate's still not in. The Ornhorn still a bit on cooldown, so that can't be utilized. Even Smolder's making his way to the fight. Invoker, unfortunately, is not here. But TP is coming in from AK-45, who's on the bot side of the map right here. And as soon as that TP comes in, POP knows they have to scatter. They are at a man disadvantage over the Invoker. Wasn't close by, and unfortunately, they end up giving over the Rift Herald to the side of Revenants.
Yeah, I think it was a very important objective, not just because it was Rift, but I think for the fleet to be secured, Poro just needed one more objective for which they went all in. But once they saw that RE has a perfect TP, back, a perfect TP for backstab, they respected it. They went back. They do not want to make any desperate call this game that can cost them the game. They're playing it wisely, they're playing it calmly, and this time they're playing it better.
Well, definitely erring a bit on the side of caution. They really know they have the best skins in the world. They end up losing this game. They end up losing the series. They end up giving 3 points over clearly to the side of Revenants. AK-45 just working away on the tier 1 and the bot side. The Rod of Ages build still viable, at least in his eyes. 5 stacks on the Dark Seal, 4 stacks on the Rod of Ages for the Swain. Jazabot still having a tough time, but Invoker playing pretty well, is 3-1-1, and that fight against Potato, once the barrier came in very clutch for himself. Now the Q checks out on Ezin. Ezin gets spotted out. There was a ward anyway on that side, so he was going to get found out whatsoever. You can see Terex walking away. Chernready tries to put some damage onto him. Sets being allowed to farm freely on the top side. He does have TP if he needs to come in here, but instead he's just going to back and maybe just walk away towards this fight and use his TP later on, because Drake still hasn't come up. Around 10 seconds timer still on that. He's going to be making his way, speed running it to this side. Chernready is going to use the blasting code to get this side and not allow the members of POV to use it. And over here you can see on this side, Diana is waiting in this side of the raid. They want to maybe pick up the tier 1 in the boss, and that's exactly what they do. The Nocturne ultimate gets the Diana pops. A lot of people, Invoker is going on the back lane. Nobody is touching Invoker. He is still fully alive, but a lovely ultimate comes out from Asian that is pretty much neutralizing all of POP right now. The ultimate from Jazz's bot is there, but it's not going to do anything. Invoker is still alive, still dishing out damage, but the CC comes in. He gets locked in place. Ezin goes on a killing spree. AK-45 dashes forward, gets into the Herald. He wants to get the kill through it instead, but no. His team's telling him, just use it on the turn. We'll pick this up at the end of the day. It's an ace for the side of Revenants after that bit of messy fighting. They're going to pick up the Drake. They're going to pick up the feats of strength. They're going to be picking up the tier 2 in the bot side. And oh boy, there's so much action to unpack in this fight here, Singha.
That was beautifully played by Revenants. They trusted in each other. Diana went back, soaked up the Nautilus ult, came back, did that ult for 5-man. Chernready was able to soak up so much damage already. You know, he was 2 levels up, had the itemization, had the bounties on their head. They CC'd the Zeri, rightly, Zeri taking out as much damage as they can, and Ari bringing in that a little bit of sledge, going in, giving hopes to the Swain, goes into the rift, denies the kill, gets the tower, and they are able to secure all 5 members of Poro, losing none. And we're able to secure a tower and a dragon, which is a massive lead, or a massive gain that they get out of that fight for Revenant, with Poro getting nothing.
Revenants with the Drake locked in the feature strength. The Dark Seal for the RE has been converted into a Magi. You might want to pick up the kill onto Venom. He's doing his fancy feat, dodges pretty much everything thrown at. So well played to the top laner. But this set is 0-3 and 0. Unfortunately, not much of a factor, especially until he has his Blood Main. He's only going for the Merc Treads right about now. What is the Ornn? Completed Thornmail. That's also upgraded. Already moving forward with much more armor. Bot side, Yuntal's completed for the Zeri, Assassin's Reaver completed for the Smolder, BF Swords more in the pocket, so pretty much on equal standing in terms of power. But here Nocturne triggers in, goes under the Smolder, but that's exactly what a Smolder can do. He just jumps over the wall, he just flies away, and now you have a wasted ultimate from Nocturne. Now your Invoker is locked up. Terex has joined the party for some reason. He's an uninvited guest, and Revenants show him the door towards the Grayscale. Now they're all jumping in onto Venom. The W gets popped, but the shield not too massive. Gets through. AK-45 onto a killing spree. Gets some more stacks into his Magi's, and now Nocturne is trying to run away. AK-45 Charm does connect. He does have a lot. The spell shield comes out, but now it's a bit too late, Nocturne, for that spell shield after the charm connects. There is not many places you can go. Revenants are chasing this Nocturne down. Potato Monster also on a killing spree, 4-1-5, and suddenly this game has been blown completely wide open, and I don't know what Nocturne was thinking of jumping onto the Smolder over there.
I think that is something that we discussed even in the draft, that it's going to be a problem for Nocturne to be more relevant in the game. If Nocturne cannot pick on anyone, Nocturne try to pick on the Smolder, Smolder could just fly away, go back to the team. Nocturne was left alone in middle of everyone there, where the whole Revenant team just jumps on the Nocturne and is able to kill them one by one. I think Poro did a very wonderful job initially, keeping it all together, giving the kills to Zeri, playing around Zeri, but slowly has started falling apart and has started making so many more mistakes and are getting picked one by one.
Yeah, Terex just got alone over here, has to flash to get away from the knockup that was coming. Invoker left to deal with his own self, and he unfortunately will end up going down. Invoker had this last time as well, where he had to burn the cleanse flash earlier in game 1 when he was caught trying to farm here. They have to understand this map or this rift now belongs to Revenant. You have to be very careful of where you want to step up. They can instantly get onto. That was a lovely flank coming in from Revenant's members, and they get the kill onto Invoker. They get the kill onto Terex. Even if Zeri can hop over the walls, that's not many places you can go. Even Bob can follow you by hopping as well. So you have to think about that. Now that's a free Atakan for the side of Revenants.
I think at this point of the game, Revenants already have this job where Motor has already crossed the 250 mark, already got his execution. Orn has already got his first item upgrade and is about to upgrade another item for Smolder. And the scale has started coming in. The mid game to late game, either way, is very strong for Revenants, and Revenants is been able to dominate the whole game from the start. So I think at this point, what Poro has to do is to play around Invoker. They have to give those skills to Invoker. They have to give that feel to Invoker and just truly believe in their ADC so that Invoker can take them to victory. But Invoker cannot get caught in the mid greeting for CS again and again. The same mistake he made in the game 1 about 4 times, got picked and finished. Again made the same mistake in game 2, got picked, got finished. They have to know that Revenants have that vision control, have that map control, and are everywhere.
And this is exactly, Nocturne's just gonna get caught out. He had already used the spell shield to get away from Bob's lance, and that just spells his demise. He's walking into an Fed AK-45 on the side, not much he can do. Terex not getting stunned in place, already lost 50% of his HP. The hook, I don't know what that hook was. He's trying to go back in. This man is a daredevil, how you want to go. Potato Monster gets exhausted, but goes into 5 minutes. Here comes the on-run, a 2-man knock-up. All that is left is Jazz's bot in his ultimate, and I don't think that will be enough. The members of Revenants are diving pretty deep over here. They end up picking up the kill. Only Venom left standing. A triple kill for the Smolder. Potato Monster is a happy dragon right now. And I think this is a reason why this man is not allowed this champion. Because if you don't punish him earlier on, he's just going to scale to a point where he's just a behemoth, where he just gets so many kills for himself. And if you can't touch him, they tried so hard to reach him in this fight. They still do not manage it, and that just shows you how well the draft of Revenants is.
I think AK-45 did his job. AK-45 was all over the map. He did not let Poro run away. He was able to hit those kisses. He was able to hit that E, manipulating them to come towards them, and was able to secure kills yet again and again for his team, making all the different team members fed for his team and taking them towards victory.
And yes, they are going towards that victory. Drake now being taken on the bot side by Revenants. No answer from the side of Poro Patrol. Unfortunately, Invoker with his lead earlier in the game could not manifest into something. He got caught out time and time again. And just look at this. Terex gets caught out. A nice and ultimate on the backlines. Gets 2 members up over the Terex. Left for the execution started to coming in for the Smolder. The charm land, the flash charm land by AK-45 lands beautifully right square in the forehead of the Zeri. And another double kill picked up by Potato Monster. They just left waiting for the waves to come in right now. I think it is a very, very hard time for the side of Revenants, the side of Poro Patrol. What can you do? You're just gonna get locked up underneath. Now the ace, a delayed ace because Venom had spawned at that point, but third after third march down, a straight war path through the middle of the rift, straight to the Nexus, allows Revenants to pick up this best of 3 in a 2-0 fashion, 2-0 dominating fashion against Poro Patrol.
I think Revenant showed why they're known to be one of the best team when it comes to India. They have shown the experience, they have shown the hours they have put in this game. They have shown that they have done their studies and are very seriously looking to be in the top teams in this tournament. I think it was beautifully played by every individual members. Charan Reddy dominating both the games in the top lane, jungle maintaining that lead, mid maintaining that lead. The whole team altogether did a fabulous job and was able to close yet the second game within the 25 minutes mark.
And Poro Patrol only managing 5 kills, 1 kill less than their game
Last
one. And
game.
this time, Revenants with 26 kills for themselves with complete domination. Like you said, pretty much every single place they were dominating. Jern Reddy had a slight tough time against Set earlier on, but after that, dominated his lane. ASCENSION was phenomenal on the Diana, being where he needs to be. That was a lovely gank early on bot side where you catch out Invoker. And I just think them as a team definitely a top 3 contender for this entire tournament.
Yeah, I think the amount of junk pressure this game was beautifully done. The mid was able to create the dominance in mid lane and was all around the map. Did give that roam, did give that pressure in the bottom. Top was doing well on his own, was able to create that lead in gold, was able to create that lead in CS, that was able to create that lead in um XP. He was always, I think, in the both games had an advantage of almost 2 to 3 levels that gave them a lot more advantage in the objective fights. On or Mordecai as a Charan Reddy was able to soak up so much more damage for its team at the same time doing so much more damage, right? Yet made the whole game very easy and took the team to victory. I think I can't tell one MVP, which will be not fair for this game, but every individual player has done an extraordinary job for their role in this game and was an MVP in my eyes.
Exactly, the exact way you put it. I think it's more of a team MVP right now because everybody was a star wherever they were playing. They fed off each other so well, especially AK-45 coming in the substitution role, doing phenomenally over. He gets targeted quite a bit in the second phase of banning, still comes out with a good pick for himself, even in game one. So it goes for the top side. ASCENSION, you're trying to neutralize a lot of his champion pool, from his Viego and his Kane, at least for the first 3 bans, but still, it doesn't matter. He pulls out the Diana, he pulls out the Lilia, and he's just going to be dominating you that way. And phenomenally well played from them. I really liked how Revenants did it. Poro Patrol honestly have to think about it after their 2 games. Unfortunately, still have only that 1 point from that one game they managed to snatch away from the BO3 against Phoenix Ascension. But Revenants are going to be really, really happy. They're going to be locking in all 3 points for themselves right here from this matchup and going to be pretty high up in the leaderboard. I think they're just right next to Sugar Haters because I think they're both going to have 6 points. Later on, when we take a check, and we'll get a complete confirmation about that. But all in all, definitely you realize why Revenants is considered top 3 contender, why they considered a contender for the playoffs going forward, and they're showing it to you time and time again with the comps they're coming in, with their playing. I really liked how smartly they did game 1 draft into game 2 draft, how they connected it with the Tristana Smolder pick that they were trying to look for, and honestly, I really hats off to the research being done behind the scenes.
Right, I think it was a well thought draft. I think in both the games, where first game they showed more of individual comfort pick and how comfort pick can always take you to victory, and in the second game they beautifully drafted their whole comp, made it around scaling, made it around the mid game, and was able to drive. I think there were a lot of bans that were put for individual, trying to ban them, trying to put them on the discomfort picks, but I didn't see any discomfort from Revenant side at all. I think I saw just one ult on Diana's side where he missed it, but on an overall level,
Mhm.
every particular person looked like on their comfort pick was able to lead it from the front, was able to create that dominance and take the team to victory. But yet again, I think Broken Blade was missed today. A little bit of dominance, a little bit of pressure that Jungle had to bring was missed out. And I think today Poro has missed Broken Blade. I hope to see him back in the future games because that'll play a crucial role for his team. And yet, to stay in the tournament, it will also matter for them to be on their best roster.
Yeah, definitely you need people. Those He's one of the star players. Unfortunately, did was not available for today's game. We did see him bring out the Lee Sin in the previous series that Poro Patrol had, and that was very interesting to see because we don't get to see that much Lee Sin gaming coming out, and he did an effective job on the champion as well over there. So I'm very happy to see that the fishes are coming back, a lot of players coming up, but unfortunately for Poro Patrol, end up going 0-2 down in the series. Unfortunately for them, only 1 point out of 2 games right now, and pretty far down in the leaderboard after today, after the matchups that have happened, after the jump ups in leaderboard numbers. But I think the teams to beat at the end of the day are going to be SADUL Esports, going to be Cacao Gaming, going to be people like Revenants. I think it's going to be a tough spot for the playoffs. Every single point is going to count. Phoenix Ascension, unfortunately, after today, lost essentially 2 points overall. 2 points overall from the first series, from the second series. They're missing out on those points that they wanted for themselves. So they can't make these kind of mistakes. Revenants didn't make it up. They didn't push off for the medal. And just take us through the stats over here, Singla.
I think again it was a very fast game, 26 minutes game for us, where Revenants were able to secure 26 kills, 5 kills for POP. There was a massive 13k lead for Revenants in this game. They were able to secure 8 towers to 2-0. Again, the jungle side, Revenants were able to secure 3 dragons to 1 for POP. Right, creating an absolute dominance throughout the game.
Yes, even here, jungle objective wise, only one Drake taken. That was the first that they staked, and the 3 gaps for themselves. But otherwise, the mysterious man just shrouded over here. Don't know if we have his image or not, why he's not put up. But AK-45, a contender for MVP even in game 1, honestly, given his performance over there. And 6-0-14 here on the RE. Deathless as an RE who's going in, jumping out, dashing away. He's clean game. That zero death just shows you how much of a clean game it is. The damage per minute around 1,160. And for the side of CS per minute, it doesn't matter, give it how much fighting actually ends up happening towards the later stages of the game. You're not going to be CSing that much, you're just going to go for it instead. But talking a bit about the head-to-head, I think Terex had a pretty good showing for Poro Patrol. Like, as a support, he was doing his job pretty decently. He got caught out a couple of times game 1, but game 2, hooks were landing bot side, was creating quite a bit of pressure. So I think we have to, hats off and hats due to him. But AK-45, 2 games combined, 12, 1, and 19. He's only done once across 2 games. I think that speaks a lot, doesn't it, Singla?
I mean, yes, for AK-45, yes. I think it was a beautiful play, especially the Renekton play that he went 1v2 and was able to secure those kills even after, diving into the tower. AK-45 did a fabulous show of pure skills on the Rift today. And Terex, again, did a wonderful job creating that pressure with Karma, landing those hooks back to back for his team with the Nautilus, was able to create the pressure, but unfortunately could not win the game.
Yes, very unfortunately could not win the game, but this is the updated leaderboard, and look who's very sittingly nicely at that number 3 spot. It's going to be Revenants. After 3 BO3s they've played, they've won 2 of them, they lost 1. So out of the actually 9 points they can acquire, they've acquired the 6. It's up to Shuvo Haters to see how they do in their future matches, but right now Shuvo Haters and Revenants at least tied in terms of points, while Shuvo Haters is 1 game behind. Ascension, Phoenix Ascension, unfortunately, because the 2 wins that they've had is with a 2-1 victory in the BO3s, they only have 4 points, and even that 1 loss to SADUL yesterday pretty much hurts a lot of how you think about the game. Cacao Gaming still yet to play their 3rd game, their 1 win and their 1 loss against SADUL Esports acquired them the 3 points. Poro Patrol, unfortunately, after playing 2 games, have lost 2 games, but did take a game away from Phoenix Ascension. That's why they have that 1 point for themselves. RPG doing pretty much the same thing Poro Patrol did, like their Bangladeshi counterparts. They also have got 1 point even after losing 2 games. That's 2 best of 3. That's because today they still got 1 game away from Phoenix Ascension, and Jetfire Dojo unfortunately still at the bottom. Syndicate at the bottom because until week 2 they still haven't played as of yet. Only Syndicate played yesterday, and unfortunately they went down 0-2 in their series.
I think in this tournament we got to see a lot of fabulous team. We got to see a lot of fabulous plays, and I mean we are still in early weeks of our tournaments. There's so much yet to be done. There's so many good plays we yet to see, and there's so much talent we are yet to recognize. So I'm very excited for this whole month. I mean this and the next month, where all the I mean all the games that are gonna happen. I think there are a lot of exciting games that are coming up for our viewers, and let's see what we have on the list. And I
That's
think with this we will end our game for tonight. We will see you all on the Rift very soon, very again.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless.